Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and greetings from IH Toruń, and welcome to this year's IH Toruń Teacher Training Day live from Poland. And my name's Ben Stanish. I will be the organizer, the host, the presenter of today's sessions and events. And we've got loads of people in the building live. This is a live event, but it's also a hybrid event because there's going to be over 100 people watching it, us live on YouTube. So the first online session today is called Challenging CCQs, and it comes live from IH Sydney, and we have Juliano Lakito and Janina Lay. Hi guys, good to see you. Let's just turn your microphones on. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes,
Hi,
very well. Thank you, Glenn. How are you? Thank you for having us.
Good evening, Australia, because what's the time in Sydney at the moment?
It's well past our bedtime. That's how late it is.
10 p.m.
Thank you so much for agreeing to do this session. As you can see in the camera, we do have about 10 people watching your session live here at our event. But of course, there's lots of people watching the event as well on YouTube, okay? Of course, if you guys want to interact with the audience in the room, you can ask some questions afterwards. And we do have a moderator, Dan, who can also relay questions to you guys. So at the end of your session. So anyway, let me introduce you both. So Giuliano Lacchito has been an ELT educator since 1997. That's a long time. He holds an MA in Applied Linguistics, an MA TESOL, and the Cambridge Delta. He has reviewed several coursebooks for English Australia journals and worked as a teacher development program consultant for a school in Indonesia. That's exciting. And Yanina Lay, I'm sorry, has been teaching and training in the ESL field since 2000, both in Australia and overseas. She also holds an MA in Applied Linguistics and the Cambridge Delta, and she's currently the Director of Studies for Teacher Training at IH Sydney. Okay, guys, big round of applause. Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Glenn. I'll just start by sharing my slides. All right. Just, here we go. All right. Can I check with you guys that you can see the slides okay? You give me a thumbs up. Oh, yay, fabulous. Okay. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. Yulia and I will be talking about challenging CCQs. So we're questioning whether questioning works. CCQs, as you know, concept checking questions, and this is one of the concept checking techniques that we teach in CELTA courses and other pre-service teacher training courses as well. I definitely practice what I preach. I definitely use value CCQs. I use them a lot. I teach them to my trainees. I use them at home as well. I use sometimes CCQs with my little boy, and I say, do you use your crayons to color the carpet or the papers? Yeah, sometimes I even CCQ my husband. Do you put the dishes next to the dishwasher or in the dishwasher? I use them all the time. But the question is, do they work? Do they genuinely work as much as we think they do? And we're questioning CCQs today because we've gathered some data from observing experienced teachers and trainees on pre-service courses. We've noticed as well that there's this misperception that CCQs are part of the CELTA method, and they only work in the CELTA context. And we've gathered data from learners, lots of feedback that they've given about how they perceive CCQ. So let us tell you a little bit more about this. When it comes to observation of trainees in pre-service courses, we notice a lot of things. We notice, for example, those trainees that come from a completely different context, teaching context, but different context, say high school teachers or university lecturers, they really have a very hard time shifting away from that, lecturing style, and they just don't use CCQs at all. They really stay in their comfort zone, don't they, Yuli? Have you noticed this as well in your courses? And then we have the opposite. We've got those CCQs who fully embrace them and they use them a little bit too much. We've got some examples here to show you what we mean. Say, for example, they're clarifying the word lightning, and they go, is lightning in the sky? Is it bright? Absolute overuse here. There's no need for those CCQs. Also, we've noticed that sometimes they attempt to use them, but inappropriately. So, for example, with the concept enormous, And they showed pictures, which ball is very big. So we know where they're heading with this question, but it's just not being appropriately used. And then we got those that are the ones that just give us a giggle in the staff room, don't they? Like when they just go crazy with, do you saw a piece of wood with your eyes? Or if my room is upstairs, is it downstairs? You're like, okay, clearly this is not a useful CCQ at all. So we see all of this happening in in-service courses, and sometimes they say this is why CCQs don't work. Let's explore. What can you tell us, Julie, about experienced teachers?
Yeah, thank you, Nina. We've also gathered some information based on observation of experienced teachers. And I think one of the things they say is that CCQs don't work with lower level learners. And I think maybe there's a grain of truth in that, but I can't help but question that and think, is it really the technique that doesn't work? Or is it because the technique is not used very well? Yeah. And of course, if the teacher asks a CCQ and the students don't answer, the teacher often abandons the technique rather than experimenting with other clarification strategies. They tend to just resort to lecturing or explanation, in quotation marks, because I think explanations seem to be a comfort zone. And I think that's true, as well for me, myself, sometimes that could be the go-to technique. And do you agree, Nina? Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Sometimes they're just easier, more time efficient. It's just quicker.
Yeah. And the next point that the teachers have said is that explanation is simpler and more time efficient, precisely what you said, Nina. I think it is simpler because sometimes it's perceived to be simpler because of a lack of reaction from the students. For example, there's definite silence from the students. And unfortunately, often that silence is perceived as the students understanding the target language. So the teacher makes the assumption that the students understand because of the silence. So I think it creates a sense of pseudo-security, so to speak. Yeah, the knowledge gap is still left untreated, though. That's the main problem. And the knowledge gap is still untreated without the teacher knowing, which is actually even more dangerous. And I think the last thing that I've heard from experienced teachers is that they say students don't answer questions. and so we'll just have to explain anyway, because they often don't answer the questions. I don't know what you think, Nina, but personally, I think this seems a little bit like a cop-out. It sounds like a cop-out to me, because the main question is, why don't they answer the questions?
Yeah, it's easier to blame the other side, isn't it? Like it's
Correct,
them that they don't know.
So why don't they answer the questions? Is it because the questions are too complex? Are they too ambiguous? Are they broad, for example, which makes it really hard for them to answer? Maybe the students do know the answer, do have the answers to the questions, but they don't have the language to be able to explain it back to the classroom. So that is something to really keep in mind. Yeah. Now, the last source of information, as you said earlier, Nina, comes from learner feedback. Yeah, and just for your information, this is purely anecdotal, so it's not based on any empirical research or anything like that. But according to my Delta trainer, actually, over a decade ago, there was a survey conducted years ago, and apparently one of the criteria for being a good teacher, according to students, was that the teachers need to be able to explain well. So clearly students want teachers to explain well. But I think we have to be careful not to jump into this too quickly, because what do students mean by explanation or explaining well? Because I think what they mean by explain is actually different from what we mean by explain. Because I think the word explain to us is the meta language used in teacher training, isn't it? Explain versus questioning, for instance. But I think what the students mean by explain is most likely equivalent to clarify Yeah, so clarification equals explanation. So I personally think if I were the students, for example, if I were one of the students, I might just appreciate the fact that the teacher is able to clarify the language well, and how it is achieved doesn't really matter. Yeah. The second thing that they say is that students expect teachers to explain because of perhaps cultural expectation. I think we have been talking a lot about guided discovery learning, collaborative, student-centered learning, and so on, which is all nice and valid. Of course, that's what we preach as well. But we have to understand that this actually may not be the most appropriate in certain context. And I think when we make a radical shift, it can actually have an effective factor. You know, I think that's the term which is often used in Delta courses, right? It may have an adverse or unfavorable impact on learning. Yeah. And the last thing which I find interesting, and perhaps Nina can actually share something interesting here, is that students may perceive a lack of explanations as a lack of knowledge. And I think Nina has a very interesting personal story related to this. Nina, would you like to elaborate on that?
Yeah, this actually, I experienced this myself when I started teaching after my CELTA course. I had only been teaching in monolingual classes in South America before teaching here in Australia. And my first cohort was mainly Asian students, primarily Korean students. And, you know, I was fully equipped with my CCQs and all my wonderful techniques. And I was asking all these questions during my grammar lesson. And one of the students sort of confronted me at the end of the lesson and said, excuse me, but you didn't teach us anything today. You just asked us questions. Is it because you didn't know the grammar yourself? I was completely shocked that I thought I was doing the teaching of a lifetime. And the student was perceiving that as a complete lack of knowledge and a cop-out on my part. So she doesn't know, so she's asking us to tell her instead. And I think, Yuli, this ties in really well with your second point about expectations, cultural expectations, and a very, very important significant needs analysis among the students that we teach, not just assuming that these techniques are suitable for students from different cultures. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what do we propose? So we have all these problems that are the reasons why we're questioning CCQs. What do we propose instead? Our suggested approach consists of 3 main points. The first one is less focus on CCQs and more focus on CCTs. What we mean by CCTs is concept checking techniques. So,
or concept clarification techniques, maybe.
That's right, exactly right. Concept clarification techniques. Focusing on helping trainees and therefore teachers identify the best clarification technique rather than hammering CCQs so much throughout the course. The second suggested approach, and this ties in with the reasons we've been giving about why they abandon asking questions so quickly after CELTA courses and they just rely on lecturing, is because I don't think trainees develop questioning skills throughout the course enough to really enable them to be successful at using questioning as a technique when teaching. And the last one is about using a flipped approach, or a much more workshopy kind of approach, which means maximizing opportunities for practice in the classroom during pre-service courses in a safe, non-assessed environment. So let's have a chat about each of these ones. So what we mean by a stronger focus on CCTs is, yes, let's not neglect, or let's just not stop teaching concept checking questions. Of course, we continue teaching them, but we don't prioritize them as the main clarification technique, which happens a lot in most of the courses that I have been on as a trainer and assessed as an assessor myself. So really making sure that we are training our trainees to be able to select the most appropriate concept clarification technique, depending on the level, depending on the language that they're teaching. And that needs to be a priority when we're assessing their ability to clarify MPF, and not how good or not their CCQs are. As a trainer, I have been assessed by CELTA assessors who have questioned whether a language analysis assignment, I think some people call them language-related tasks in some centers, they were questioning, oh, should you have passed this assignment? It didn't have enough CCQs, or there were only 2 CCQs. And, Yuli, do you agree with this? Have you experienced this as well?
Yeah,
and
sometimes it's a bit black and white.
Yes. I was like, well, what about the rest of the class? It's like, no, there's not enough CCQs here. Or as a CELTA assessor myself, I have seen assignments when I assess courses in other centers around the world where it says include 2 CCQs per concept. So is it our fault, this misconception, the CELTA method? Is it us that are perhaps subconsciously pushing CCQs so hard that then this is giving the impression to trainees that CCQs are more important than other clarification techniques? So less focus on CCQs. Yes, they're there and they're useful, but what about the rest, which is the most appropriate depending on the level, depending on the language that you're teaching? And perhaps even radically removing CCQs altogether from assignments and not making them mandatory anymore. What do you think, Yuli?
Yeah, sorry for interrupting you before, but definitely I think, because at the end of the day, whatever works should be the one that's actually accepted and is valid. For example, if you look at the diagram here, there's quite a lot of a lot of techniques here. Nina, would you be able to use the laser pen here to highlight the CCQ? And you can see that CCQ, or concept checking questions, is just one of the techniques among many others. So for example, let's say if the target language is whisper, if we want to use CCQs, we can simply ask questions like, okay, when we whisper, is it loud or is it quiet? And when do we normally whisper, or in what places, and where do we normally whisper? Maybe in the library or something like that. So fine, you can ask CCQs. But let's say when you teach the same target language point to lower level students, and we don't use CCQs, we may actually use TPR, or total physical response, to check their understanding. We can get the students to simply whisper to each other. And if they do it, that shows understanding. So there's no questioning involved here at all, but there is definitely checking. So that technique is no less important than CCQs and is no less
perhaps even more appropriate than CCQs if you're teaching lower level. Yeah.
And they both achieve exactly the same result.
Yeah, exactly right. So the second point we suggest is developing questioning skills.
That's right, yeah. So because of all the problems associated with CCQs, it is indeed essential for trainees to develop questioning skills. Can these skills help them to utilize clarification strategies and prevent them from simply lecturing students? We definitely need the skills to use concept checking strategies instead of overemphasizing CCQs. So the first thing that we need is focus on the purpose. So that's the very first thing that we really need. So why are we asking? So why are we asking a question in the first place? Is it to check core understanding of newly learned language? Is it to elicit language that they already know, not necessarily to check their understanding, but to elicit the language itself? Or is it to simply get their personal opinions or objective views? And all of these have their roles, and the kind of questions we ask actually depends on the purpose that we have. So once we know the purpose, we can then move on to the next point, which is question design and variety. There's a few different types of questions that I believe haven't really been covered on CELTA courses very much, but I believe they're really important. The first type of questioning is called the funnel question. Question. So a funnel question is the kind of question that elicits an answer from students. Usually you start from something really general, and then you end up asking very, very specific and narrowed and targeted questions. So obviously these kinds of questions are used to check the core meaning of the target language. Yeah, so this is a classic example of the CCQs that we normally use to check core meaning of the target language. So for example, let's say the target language is, are you ready for this, Nina? I'm just giving you an example.
You're gonna CCQ me? All right.
Okay, I'll try to CCQ you, okay? And don't give me a hard time. So let's say the target language is, Nina had eaten my cake when I arrived. Yeah, so past perfect and past simple here. Okay, Nina, are we talking about the past, present, or future?
Past.
Okay, good. And how many actions are there?
2.
Which action happened first? Did you eat my cake first, or did I arrive first?
But eating.
That's right. Okay. Thank you, Nina. You passed. So, for lower level students, you might, do the same thing without really asking CCQs, but you can show some actions on the timeline and then get the students to mark the actions, for example, and that has exactly the same result. Yeah. So these are the classic examples of CCQs that we normally ask. They're called funnel questions. But then there's another type of questioning, which is called a loaded questioning. So a loaded question is usually a kind of question that elicits an answer from the students with the assumption that they should have some existing partial knowledge already. So we make the assumption that the students already know certain concepts, but not the full concepts. For example, okay, I'm seeing Nina tomorrow at 7 o'clock. This is hypothetical. I'm not actually seeing you right tomorrow, Nina. I'm seeing Nina tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Okay. I don't think there is a need to ask, are we talking about the past, present, or future? Okay. That's when it becomes slightly condescending. And I think the students should already know that just from the word tomorrow itself, it is definitely about the future. And of course, it depends on the level of the students, but even lower level students should know it's about the future. So the essential question here is not whether it's about the past, present, or future, but have I decided to see Nina? Because this is about future arrangement, isn't it? Yeah. So I think this kind of question, a loaded question, is used to avoid sounding condescending or patronizing for the students. And of course, it's understandable that a lot of students are reluctant to answer something which is so obvious because they feel that we have underestimated their ability, and it becomes quite embarrassing for the students, for the teacher. And so the teacher undoubtedly abandons the technique, which is a shame though, because if only we change the strategies, it might actually have a different result.
That's right. And I think as well, when it comes to variety, it's really important to help students or trainees understand that it's important to mix it up so that the students don't start picking up on our own patterns. For example, I had a trainee on a course one that she got into a comfort zone where her CCQs were constantly answered, no, no, yes. So all you could hear, whenever she taught her clarification stages, all you could hear was the students going, no, no, yes. No, no, yes. So the students already know what they had to answer before she even asked, So the idea
becomes so predictable.
Helping them understand that the question design and the variety of questions they ask is what makes it really interesting and useful questioning as well.
Exactly. Yeah. And, there's also another type of questioning, which is called recall and process. And this is probably a little bit controversial because this is actually a slightly open-ended question, which is usually a big no-no in CELTA courses, right? We normally tell we tell our trainees not to use broad questioning, which is hard to answer. But open-ended questions can actually have a place as well. For example, let's say if it's used to promote critical thinking in discussion, or maybe when it's used to revise or review a language point that has been covered previously, it's okay to say, okay, now, do you remember we talked about past simple and past perfect last week? Talk together in pairs and discuss the difference between the two and report to class. So this is broad questioning, but actually it is okay in this context because this is used for revision. And so even rhetorical questions can probably be used in lead-in, for example, to orient the students to the topic, and it generates curiosity and so on. Yeah. Now, the third tip that I'd like to suggest is scripting and practicing. And of course, we're all experienced, and so sometimes we do this and spontaneously. It comes as second nature. But I think it goes a long way, doesn't it, Nina?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
And, I think that, you know, all of us, not just the trainees, have to go through the thought processes of scripting sometimes, because it's crucial, because it creates a mental habit of putting ourselves in the learner's shoes by doing so. I've had a lot of trainees who comment on how simple the CCQs sound when they actually hear them. But of course, they're easier said than done. You need to actually do the hard work first before you can actually start asking them quite naturally. The next point is rephrasing and adjusting. And I think it goes without saying here, but often teachers give up too quickly, too easily. I think if the students don't answer, try to reword the question, maybe provide more clues. And maybe we need to change our tactic a little bit. And I remember, I think, what's this? There's a video lesson, a video observation.
Oh, yes.
I think a lot of people know this lesson as well. It's on second conditionals, delivered by Lindsay. I think it's from
it's
what book again?
Is it Learner? No, not Learner English. The Scrivener
Learning Teaching by Scrivener.
Learning Teaching by Jim Scrivener, yeah.
And I think in that lesson, Lindsay actually asked, what country in particular? And then there was definite silence. The students didn't respond to that question. And then instantly, Lindsay changes the question by saying, which country? And the students answer immediately. So she rephrases the question immediately. And if there was still more silence, you could have even narrowed it down a little bit more. For example, okay, anybody, which country? Is it Japan, Korea? Is it Poland? Is it Australia? So you really try to narrow this down until the students are likely to answer the question, right? And finally, consider waiting time. Okay, students, all of us need processing time. We need to digest information. And maybe learners are quite apprehensive or unsure at the beginning. So we need to appreciate giving them a bit more time for them to think.
That's right. I completely agree with your points here, Yuri. I think instead of, we have all these steps, how do you make the perfect CCQ? What if we go deeper and broader and just tell them how to develop questioning skills instead overall? And that will perhaps default into them making really good CCQs as well. All right. Our third suggestion was a flipped approach. And here are some ideas on what we mean by that. When we flip the classroom, we use the classroom not so much to impart theory on methodology, but to really put those skills strategies into practice. So, for example, we can ask trainees to select a target language that's been allocated to them for a particular lesson. They can plan their CCTs, and then in the classroom, they can teach each other, do a mini teach with their peers, and they can each other give feedback on appropriacy, how good those techniques were, what would they change, what would they do differently, prior to them actually teaching the lesson to real students. And I think you experienced this at a teacher training center that you worked at recently, didn't you, Yuli?
Yeah, that's what they call this micro teaching, which actually worked really well. And I had my doubts at the beginning, but it actually worked so well because the trainees were given the chance to really experiment with the techniques in a safe environment. And by the time they actually delivered the actual lesson, it was spot on. Yeah. And
right.
yeah.
And do you think it made a real difference to them? Do you think they, particularly I'm thinking weaker candidates, do you think they did better than they would have in the lesson because of that micro teaching opportunity?
I think so. Obviously, I can't just draw the conclusion based on that particular example only, but I could see the progress that they made, and it was evident because we didn't really talk so much about the do's and don'ts of CCQs, but they had a lot of time to experiment with the techniques and practice, and they actually got it. And I think one of our colleagues, Joe, mentioned that sometimes the rules are necessary, but if we actually highlight the rules excessively, then it becomes dogmatic, and the trainees feel that they have to actually use them. And sometimes less is more. And I believe in this case, it actually worked really well, because as long as they actually got the principle, that's what's really important. And they can really practice themselves through trial and error. Mm-hmm.
Another technique we suggest, or another idea to use, is as trainers, we can gather videos, short videos of clarification stages that can be on the weaker side or strong as well, have a pool. And we can ask trainees to watch. They can choose whether they want to watch a grammar clarification stage, a Lexis, whatever. And then after watching, then we can brainstorm alternatives using the beautiful hindsight. What could that teacher have done differently? What worked? What didn't work? How did the students respond to those CCTs? What would you have done? So reflecting on, rather than watching, because on CELTA courses, they mostly watch experienced teachers, apart from watching each other, they can watch also trainees from previous courses and reflect on that as well. Another idea is to play elicitation games. We talk about having fun as a great way of learning. What better way than playing games in the classroom, like charades? It's asking questions on the spot. It really puts you on the spot where there's no planning, where you're just firing questions at each other, and they really get a sense of, oh, okay, this is harder than I thought. So lots of, can you think of any other games, Julie, other than charades that you could use to play elicitation games?
Not off the top of my head, but sometimes you can just throw some random target language points, and then they just have to come up with checking techniques without really overthinking them. Yeah,
or 20 questions, those games. Yeah. Okay. Another idea is, again, on the side of videos, but instead of watching trainees or inexperienced teachers, they can watch videos created by subject matter experts. We have an example here, like Joe Gakonga's Concept Checking Made Easy. That's an excellent video on how to make really good CCQs. She nails it. So why waste our time in the classroom? They can just watch that, put it on repeat several times until they get it. And then in the classroom, we just feedback on key points. What did you learn? How do we design appropriate CCQs? And another idea is on the basis of giving trainees a second chance, because they never get a chance on pre-service courses to go back and reteach what they taught. So why not say, okay, choose one of the lessons you taught, choose a clarification stage that perhaps you're not the happiest about. Maybe we look back at the first half of the course, those lessons, and have a go again, reteach that. What clarification techniques would you choose instead of what you chose? How would you adapt your questions, and have peer teaching opportunities again to revisit those lessons? So as you can see, some variety, different ideas on what can be done in a flipped approach. Some of them touching more on a receptive side. So see if there's understanding, there's noticing, and some of them productive. Now you have a go, you do it again, or do it for the first time, but just lots of practice and lots of doing in the classroom rather than just talking about CCQs.
And I just want to add very briefly here. So in addition to Joe Gakonga's video, we can obviously look at Sandy Millen's resources as well. There's quite a lot of really useful resources there, which are really helpful for trainees.
Yeah, she has lots of really good stuff. Yeah. All right. So before we wrap up, we want to go there, don't we, Yuli? Dare I ask, is there a room? Is there room for explanations in the language classroom? What do you think, Yuli?
What do you think is my answer?
I'm going to say yes.
Absolutely. No? For the sake of being controversial, I would say absolutely. Before you actually move on, sorry, I just wanted, can I share a personal experience here? Just over 2.5 decades ago, you know, when I started off as a teacher, I remember watching this video where the trainer was crouching down while trying to gesture, getting the words out from the students. He was trying to gesture, pulling the rope as if he was trying to get the words out of the student's mouth one by one. And he was crouching down and he was doing that persistently. And I remember thinking, the students were looking at each other thinking, what on earth is he doing? And I remember thinking that myself. I said to myself, I am not going to do that. So yeah, there you go.
So, you know, this is quite a controversial point. And by explanations, obviously we mean just telling, just not with this neurosis of constant elicitation, but is there a room to just tell the students about the language in the classroom? And we think there are situations in which this is appropriate. So we'll share them with you. One of them, we consider it could be a case of when there's you know, this is first language negative interference there, when the students are blocked because they can't quite translate, or they translate it wrongly. So let me give you an example of this. This is something that happened to me again, fresh off the Celta boat. I was teaching a group of elementary students, and some of my students were Spanish speakers. And I was determined to not let them know that I could speak Spanish as well, because I didn't want them to get into bad habits of just asking me questions in Spanish all the time. So I was teaching the infinitive of purpose and, you know, Celta method, CCQs. I thought I did great. And then at break time, I found one of my Colombian students crying. And I said to her, what's wrong? And she said, I just don't get it. I don't understand it. So in 10 seconds, I just said, oh, it's this, blah, blah, blah. And she looked at me and went, what? That's it? It's like, yes, that's it. And I thought, oh my gosh, you were so narrow-minded, you and your stupid Celta method, that you only were going to CCQ the student. And I made my student cry. Can you believe this, Yuli? I made her cry because I wouldn't tell her.
Maybe that was a wake-up call.
It was a massive wake-up call for me, because I said, oh, hang on a minute. Maybe, you know, maybe it's okay sometimes to just tell them if they're struggling, you know. Anyways, that's an example of when I think it's totally fine to explain language to students. Another example is when we're teaching universal concepts. Like, you know, if you're teaching elementary students pieces of fruit, a banana, you know, is it yellow on the outside? Do we eat the inside? Like, yes, it's a banana. Unless the students have landed from another planet yesterday, they will know what a banana is, because they exist in every country, I want to say. So we can let it go. We can just explain things that are universal concepts, because the students know what the concept is. They just don't know what the word in English is. Okay. What about this one, Yuli? What do you think about lack of knowledge?
Yeah, lack of knowledge. And I think the third argument for explanation is when there's a lack of knowledge, you know, that's self-explanatory. And I think, what can I say?
Look,
don't attempt.
It's just that you can't elicit what's not there, can you?
Yeah,
if
exactly.
The students don't know.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
I interrupted you.
Sorry, no worries. So I would say, don't attempt to elicit a word that the students are unlikely to know. So let's play a quick game now. For example, okay, what color am I thinking of right now?
Blue.
No, that's not correct.
Red.
No.
White.
No, it starts with a T, you know, it starts with a T, and the second letter is U.
Sorry, I don't
The
know.
third letter is R. It's turquoise. Aquamarine turquoise. So, you know, this is an example of guessing game. It's not effective eliciting at all, because we are expecting learners to be mind readers, which is not our job, right? We are teachers, we are not clairvoyants.
That's right.
Next, I think another situation where explanation may be preferred over questioning is random language questions in the middle of a lesson. So, for example, when a student asks a question which is not related to the target language, then maybe don't dwell on it. Yeah, the reason why a student asks is because they don't understand. So avoid responding to
with a
question
question.
by asking another question. And of course, I'm not saying that further questioning is a big no-no. Of course, you can do that as long as it's actually done well. But if further questioning actually is not done very well, then it causes further frustration or greater frustration on the part of the students. Yeah. And the next point to consider is perhaps using explanation as an error correction technique or error correction strategy. And for example, if there's an unrelated error or emergent language that comes up in the lesson, maybe we can use the reformulation technique, which is often discussed on CELTA courses. I believe we can just fix the error, provide the remedy straight away. It's quick, it's efficient, it hits the target immediately, and the students actually remain focused, don't they? And I think a lot of students also expect that, especially the strong students, because this technique doesn't drag on, and which may potentially cause the stronger learners to switch off or zone out because they lose interest. So yeah,
and if
definitely
you're worried as a teacher that they didn't get it or that it went over their heads, you can always say, can you say that back to me, just to acknowledge that it's been message received, right? So
yeah, exactly. So the students are still involved that way. And last but not least, this is what I call thematic words or phrases. And what I mean by that is that, you know how sometimes there's probably a keyword that's central to the theme of a lesson. For example, in lead-in, you've got some keywords that the students need to understand in order to understand the context and before they can move on further. So perhaps don't waste time using questions during this stage. Just set the context super clearly and then tell them what it is and just move on straight away. So I think the conclusion here is, as we've been talking about moving away from CCQs to CCTs, or concept clarification techniques, we're not saying abandon CCQs, of course. We have talked about a lot of the reasons why questioning is really, really important. But it's more about keeping a balance between the two. And I think the trainees need to develop the skills that enables them to determine when to ask and when to tell.
Yeah,
it's both actually are valid. Yeah,
I agree, Yuli. You nailed that little summary there. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening, and we hope you've found it interesting.
Well,
thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. It was very, very interesting. A lot of food for thought, definitely. The world of ELT is full of acronyms, CCQs, ICQs. It is something which is drummed into CELTA trainees a lot. And even here, we do have a lot of teachers straight off CELTA here at IH Toruń, and it's something which is quite big. We do focus on CCQs, but a lot of interesting information. I really do appreciate it. We've run out of time. I don't know if anybody in our IH Toruń classroom has any questions they would like to quickly ask Nina and Yulianto. If anybody does have a question they would quickly like to ask, please put their hands up. Is there anybody? Somebody waved. Yes, Dan, is there anybody who would like to ask a question?
I don't think so, no.
No? Okay, well, thank you very much. Big round of applause. Thank you. Okay, it's been great. Okay, and good night, Australia.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
The rest of the day.
Bye. Bye-bye. Okay, everybody. Well, that was a very interesting session. And now we have a 10-minute break until the next online session, which will be actually a film screening called The Messenger of the Ruins. It's a film directed by an English language teacher based in Bydgoszcz here in Poland. His name is Daniel Villiers, and the film is going to be called The Messenger of the Ruins. So stay tuned. That will be on in about 10 minutes time.
Well, hello. Good afternoon here from Poland. I'm Rob Howard, and I'm very happy to be here today for the International House Toruń Training Day. And I'm here today to introduce our next slot, which is going to be a film screening. It's a film directed by Daniel Villiers. It's called The Messenger of the Ruins. And the film video is what could be defined as a poetic documentary. It's a personal look at what life was like for a TEFL teacher in Poland before the pandemic, and then during the pandemic up to spring of 2021. The film attempts to show how some things changed during the pandemic, but essentially it's a series of linked vignettes of events, commentary, and poetry. For example, visits to various places and cultural events, commentary on the pandemic, and poetry about the same, most of which he's tried to have outside of the classroom or online to practice, teach the narrative tenses, reported speech, items of vocabulary, further discussion, get to know the teacher, and so forth. In other words, Daniel has exploited parts of the video to teach English. I hope the film will engage TEFL teachers in general to explore the culture and landscape of the country they are in, and maybe one or two of them to make videos as authentic materials and to encourage students to do the same. So without further ado, I'll send it over to Dan and let's watch the film.
This is the Bydgoszcz Old Town Square, and I first set foot here many years ago. Bydgoszcz is the place where I live and work as a TEFL teacher. I met the woman who would become my wife in Bydgoszcz in a beer garden in the Old Town Square. My wife and I like exploring parts of Poland. Here we are at Toruń Castle. Teaching, of course, has remained important throughout my life here in Bydgoszcz. Okay, now, say after me. He's been going out with her for donkey's years.
He has been going out with her for donkey's years.
He's been going out with her for donkey's years. Everybody?
He's been going out with her for donkey's years.
Yeah.
He's been going out with her for donkey's years.
The wielders of the board marker are here. They speak in strange tongues, navigate the exotic troughs of tenses and phrasal verbs.
Okay, I'd like you to give me as many words as you can think of connected with sleep.
Pillow. A
Night.
dream.
Dream.
Night.
Night.
Pajamas.
Bed.
The cunning traps of grammar. They clarify ideas with spiders, They 8 legs padded with words, unperturbed by the web they are weaving.
Dogs.
Clusters of words buzz around the board like drunk wasps, or parachute towards the ground with terrifying speed. Words are put on trial and hanged if not found.
We're not the sounds for it, no, just about I'm not! I'm smiling! Noise!
Ile piszemy zdania? 2. Takie same? Tak.
So Lisa, how's it going?
It's going very well, Danny. I am amazed at the number of people we've got.
I know, considering.
Yeah, I thought with the weather when they had to go that they wouldn't come back, but look at it, they're all here, and the kids as well. There's even like some 6K students. It's brilliant.
Great. How's it going?
It's going well.
And how do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Tiger has got 6 legs.
Oh, that's an original, that.
You have black belts in karate.
No, I have a white belt.
Go for your life, sir.
How does it feel wearing that bib?
I feel like a horse with a bag. Sadly, there's no food in it, which makes me a little bit upset.
I never bet. I've eaten some strange things, but never
Thank you. Okay, guys, we're going to tell you which teacher did which thing. Yes. Yes, first, let's have Jim.
In the distance there, the fountain.
Pierwszą zostawię, bo nie macie żadnych.
To będzie nasz wkład w rozwój kultury miasta Bydgoszczy. Długo by mówić o tym, co już mogliśmy tutaj oglądać. Myślę, że dziś...
Różnorodność to temat na dzisiejszy wieczór. Tutaj do nas może wymienię. Poproszę Panią Elżbietę Gadowską Anią. Nie mam, dobrze. Nie wiedziałam, czy zapomniałam.
W pięknym budynku wierzycie śmiem zaprezentować swoje prace. Fizyczna jestem dla takiej grupy. A tak jak Pani, żeby to było szczere, takie z serca, żeby to, co nam maluje, miało z tego
w imieniu poetyckiemu, ale na stare lata.
Legends have seeped out of the walls and spread like mould, and, worn by time into unlikely shape, have become as different from their original cast as bread from wheat. Armour has rusted into the ruins, crosses have decayed and rotted, and the spirit with which they were once imbued clanged like church bells, clanked like graveyard swords, and pierced the blue silence of the sky. Okay. I'm standing in the old market square of Toruń. Immediately behind me you can see the Church of the Assumption of the Virgin Mary. What famous foreign princess, who some people thought was a witch, was buried in that church? The answer is Princess Anna Vasa of Sweden. What famous European general visited Toruń in 1807? What famous European general visited Toruń in 1807? That's my first question. The second question is something shocked him. Something shocked him about Toruń. What was it? The general was none other than General Napoleon Bonaparte, and he was shocked by the fact that there was no statue of Copernicus in Toruń in 1807. This person here is modelled on Father Riddick, who is the notorious Toruń priest magnate who runs Radio Maria. Beautiful mirror, isn't it? Much more beautiful than me. It's okay, as long as I'm not in anybody's way. Okay. I'm going to do a slow.
you. na sezon, żeby
How can walls produce inspiration? I'm not a house painter or an interior decorator. I'm not often on the phone. Ideas I might have to loan. But flowers while away hours. The sounds and smells of cooking are certainly good looking. Even the tick-tock of the clock, or on the floor a random sock, provides a new look to the day. Lockdown isn't the same as lock away. The bookshelves heave with books ready to read, or reread, or re-speed read, or re-reread. And there's a pen and paper in which to shape a character or his setbacks, including sitting at home and letting the mind roam.
As you can see, even though some days normally not so much traffic, this is a Sunday, but this is at the height of the coronavirus scare at the moment. You can see that it's virtually empty. The streets are virtually empty. It's kind of like a ghost town, except that, you know, there are a lot of parked cars, but
I wish the rain would become a stream and flow against the terror in my soul. The sun wrenches the half-moon out of the sky. Reedy streets zigzag between silence and confusing silence. Brooding under brooding rooftops, work scurries into shadows. Before them, scraps of paper winked in the sun. Metal glinted like eyes at a joke, like fortunes told in crystal. The shot's not from a pistol, the wound not from a bullet. Night struck fear in the town ghosted by the invisible threat. The doubting silence, the tax bills unpaid, the tables unlaid. The leaves like bubbles carried the swelling river. Unplaceable troubles, fear haunts my nights. How is it that a place which is gentle on the soul has disappeared into the living rooms once the call of the messenger has been made from the ruins? Time passes like a butterfly in slow motion. Suddenly asleep, you are alone as the washing on the balcony flapping in the breezes.
How are you feeling now after everything, my love?
I'm feeling very relaxed and
Good.
happy to be here
Mm-hmm.
and happy to be with you, hoping for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's as I said, happy, very happy.
Good.
And what about you?
Me? Oh, I'm very happy. I'm very happy to have come here and to be sitting here on this nice terrace.
Do you
Nice.
miss Teściowa? Because we might visit her tomorrow.
Do I miss?
Well, if you miss it, just tell me, and we just, it's easy drive from here. Okay?
Okay, my love.
So cheers.
Cheers. I don't think she's very happy with her friends. I don't think she's going to need our company or anything. So.
Jeszcze nie podeszliśmy. Już niedobrze. Panie, można zobaczyć.
So, generally speaking, when I write a novel, for example, I start in longhand because I find that my relationship with paper is much better than that with electronics, as far as writing is concerned, anyway. And so I can feel the concentration much more strongly, and I have to concentrate anyway when I'm writing using longhand, because if I can give you an example of my handwriting, it's really very, very difficult to read it. So okay, so I'm hoping to join a Zoom meeting with my sisters, as long as everything is normal, as long as people haven't cancelled it without me knowing, everything should be all right. Yep, it's.
Here's Dan. How are you, sis?
Hello. Now, I should be just about getting there. Yes, I'm there.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Dania and Anya. Dania and Anya.
Yeah.
Anya's at work.
Anya's at work, yes.
Work.
Yeah, she's at work.
Thought so.
Yeah.
She sent me. Is everyone all right?
I'm fine. I've just turned on the video camera for a second, just so that I can show what. Because I'm doing something personal, and it's a Zoom, so I'm now going to just move the camera to behind me for a second.
So we're going to be in the video.
Well, as you can see. So you're in. Now.
Pay me right. Yes, royalties, Danny.
Now you're just going to get the back of my head, probably. But I did see you earlier. There is a touch of Mr. Partridge. What were you doing on the night of the 17th?
We had fads and videos. We had fads and
Here comes the lulls. And now...
Good. We're on candid camera.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny's making a film. No, he's making a film. You know that guy, you sent me that letter, Lals, from Ewan McLeod, whatever his name was. Oh, him, yeah.
No nie? I ten drut się tam po prostu w tym przewężeniu utknął, ja go nie mogłam wyjąć. Jak ja tego hydraulika, to wie pani, tu blondynka wymyśliła właśnie czyszczenie i ten drut. Ale on to cały przed rurę, ja tam właśnie wcale takiej grubej rury nie miał.
Ty, ja gorzej się boję, wiesz, jak mi pod...
I taka chemia jest, powinna mama tam takie kulki specjalne.
To jest, ktoś mi tylko, widzisz, teraz nie wiem co może...
Yes, my love?
I was just saying that we're just waiting for the new year.
Yes. And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, my love.
Don't normally record this, so...
Yeah, I know.
Nie, bo mi wychodzą te, mi wychodzą.
No to co, ale zdjęcie do...
Ale moja mama insist.
Insists on what? On posing?
On me taking off clothes.
Uwaga.
Anything cold to drink? Let's throw it away. Well, that concludes the film. And thank you very much, Daniel. It was a wonderful insight into how your life went through Corona. And we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break here in Toruń. So we encourage you, go grab a bite and come back in 30 minutes at 2:10, when we have 4 more talks to go afterwards. So enjoy the rest of the conference, and I'll take my break.
greetings from the IH Toruń Teacher Training Day. My name is Glenn Stanish and I am the presenter and organizer of the event. I hope you are enjoying it wherever in the world you are right now. We're currently on our lunch break. I'm in the middle of eating my slice of pizza. We have about 50 participants in our face-to-face event here and obviously over 100 around the world. I'm joined right now with one of our special guests. You want to come a little bit closer? Don't worry, we're both been vaccinated.
We've been vaccinated.
Yes, okay. In case you don't know this person, this is Rob Howard. He's very well known in the world of EFL. Rob, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm having a great time here at International House.
Excellent.
You're a wonderful host.
Thank you. Yeah, and you're a wonderful guest.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
Great. So, what do you think of the conference so far?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's, you know, it's a shame that we couldn't have everybody here at once, but you know, it's nice with the 50 we have here. We have some great speakers, great talks. I did one of my talks this morning, and the interaction is wonderful. That's why I always love coming to International House Toruń.
Yeah, good. All right, well, it's great to have you. All right. So, what are your plans for later today? Are you going to go and see any other sessions?
Yeah, I plan on seeing we have 4 more exciting sessions coming up, which I plan on seeing.
Yeah.
And afterwards, I'm sure we'll find something to do out in the streets of Toruń.
I'm sure we will. There is the legendary IH Toruń after party, which is happening tonight. Of course, unfortunately, you guys won't be able to join us, but we will be thinking about you tonight.
We'll post pictures.
Yes. Do check out our photos on our Facebook page. We are posting loads of pictures throughout the day. And of course, we are streaming live on YouTube right now. All right. Well, thank you very much, Rob. I'm sure we will be talking later today as well. Okay?
I hope to.
All right. Okay. Thanks a lot.
See ya.
All right. So, yeah, we'll be coming back in about another 15 minutes or so. Then it's going to be another session. The third slot is actually going to be a workshop led by the Cambridge examiner supremo himself, Mr. Vincent Smidovic, and he's going to be coming live from the UK, and he's going to be doing a session all about Cambridge exams. Looking forward to it. Okay, guys, so we'll be back very soon. Bye for now. Okay, welcome back everybody, great to see you. You'll probably recognize this gentleman next to me. I'm joined right now with the legend himself, Jeremy Harmer. How are you doing, Jeremy?
I'm doing really well. Well, I've got a bit of a cold, but I've discovered a cure, so that's rather good.
Yes. What is this cure?
The cure is gingerbread vodka, which is a speciality of Toruń, which is where we are, obviously, as you know, if you're watching this channel.
Yes.
And it's not the amount, I hasten to add. It's just something about the how it's made up seems to work really well.
And you haven't been coughing, but it's not COVID. You have been tested.
Yes, I absolutely tested.
That's why I'm sitting right close to
I wouldn't have dreamt of coming here without testing because this thing is not over.
No, it's not over. It's actually amazing to be having a live event with people in the building. We've got over 50, but it still feels quite a lot of people. But it's just great. This is actually your first live EFL event post-COVID.
It was I can't tell you how strange it was. The last time I presented or worked with, because it was more working with than presenting, a group of teachers was February 2020. And I've been doing this kind of thing for a long time now. And I stood there this morning when I started thinking, this is really weird. And then, of course, the second thought is, why on earth is it weird? This is what you do with your life. But it was the strangest feeling, you know?
Yeah.
But also glorious.
Good.
You know, real live teachers there,
yes.
Approving or disapproving or having opinions and taking part. Wonderful experience.
Yeah. I just popped my head into your session a few moments ago, and you had about 12 teachers there. Must have been great, you know, being with them.
It was just wonderful. Yes, it was just a very nice small, and I love those numbers because it means everyone gets a chance to say something.
Oh, here we go. It's not COVID, don't worry. No. I've just done a session myself on using mime in the classroom.
Very good fun. It was.
Yeah, you enjoyed it?
Right.
Yeah, you did a bit of performing yourself. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much, Jeremy. It's a pleasure. Tonight, hopefully, touch wood, you will be performing live, doing some singing.
And yes, I'm hoping if the voice holds up.
Excellent.
I can't wait to get my hands on. You're providing a very nice guitar for me.
Yes.
And that would be great fun.
And of course, this afternoon you will be doing the plenary in front of all the participants at the local high school. What's the plenary about, quickly?
Well, the plenary is sort of about whether we have to rethink what we do in the classroom, because not just because of theories of language learning and some things that are occurring to me now after all these years, but also because in light of the fact that we've been teaching online a lot, that seems to have brought to the fore a whole lot of issues that have always been there, but have assumed a much greater significance in the online environment. And I want to talk about that a little bit.
And of course, online teaching is completely taking place.
It's as we have discussed in our vast knowledge of each other, which we met yesterday. But as we were discussing, it hasn't all been negative by any means. There have been some very wonderful things about online teaching. And but what is it that you need to make online teaching work? And I think if you then, forgive me, take that back into classroom teaching, I think it means you have to prioritize things a bit differently. So that's the sort of basic.
Excellent. We're looking
and
forward
we're
to
going to talk about storytelling.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, guys, we will be back in about 10 minutes with Mr. Vincent Smidovic coming live from London. So see you soon. Bye for now.
Am I unmuted?
Hello, Vincent. Yes, you are unmuted.
Oh, fantastic. How exciting.
But we can't see you. Have you got
again.
your camera? If you could turn your camera on as well.
If I can turn my camera on as well.
That'd be great. It'd be great to see you.
Hang on, hang on.
Here we go. Hello, Vincent.
I am now technologically gifted.
It's okay. So let me introduce yourself. This is Vincent Schmidowicz. He's been in full-time ELT since 1976, and has
yeah.
two elderly complex and buried to detail right here. He has, though, worked for Cambridge Assessment in 30 plus countries, including Poland on many occasions, and has an unashamed affection for Toruń. You have been to Toruń, Vincent, yes?
I've been to Turin a couple of times and I fell in love with it. I mean,
fantastic.
The walled city, birthplace of one of my heroes, Copernicus.
Yes, absolutely, Nicholas Copernicus.
I just, you know,
gingerbread. Yes, and or gingerbread vodka, as Jeremy Harmer has discovered.
Oh,
yeah. As well. So we've been trying to get you, Vincent, to come here live in person for the last couple of years. You were meant to be here in person 2 years ago, but of course, COVID scuppered our plans completely. And you did try everything to come here for our event, but we understand, you know, it's still
my wife rather unreasonably said that after 40 years of loyal support, she was putting her foot down. You are not traveling during a plague.
Yeah, absolutely. We understand completely, but it's great to have you online. It's good to see you.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic. And when we met 2 years ago, I would never, not even 2 years ago, 18 months ago, I would never have believed that I could be online. You asked me if I could do things by Skype, and I said, what's that?
Absolutely. Now, you're obviously very famous in the world of EFL for your Cambridge videos. If you are a Cambridge examiner, you probably recognize Vincent from the training videos. Every year we have to do a little bit of a refresher course. I'm an examiner myself, and we have to do a refresher course, and we have to watch videos, Cambridge videos, and Vincent is the star of many of them. Okay, so when you were at the Directors of Studies Conference, the AMT conference a couple of years ago, I think a lot of people were very excited to see you. They recognized you.
It was unbelievable. People came up to me and said, "It's Vincent, isn't it?" And I said, yeah.
Now
I never realised I was a star.
Now we've got a couple of people watching you live. I'm only a couple at the moment, but we have got a lot of people watching you live on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, which is streaming right now. Okay. So if you do want to engage with the two people in the room, you're welcome to.
Hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, you see they're waving. They can hear you. You're on the big screen in room number 6
it's
now.
It's like coming back to life, I tell you, Glenn.
It is.
Fantastic.
It's great. This is great. We should do, hybrid conferences more often. It's absolutely fantastic. This is our first time we're actually doing an online conference like this, and it's actually a lot easier than it looks. So, anyway, Vincent, you're going to be talking about what your title is, and this is Vincent Schmidovich.
And
the floor is yours. Over to you.
Title.
Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Can I share my screen with people?
Yes, you can.
I can, right, okay. Well, let me just say hi, and thank you so much for coming along or tuning in. I really wish I was in Toruń. I don't know when I was last there. I don't know when I was first there, but I did fall in love with the place, and it made me think, we don't always remember the last time we were somewhere. We don't think it's going to be the last time. And when I met Glenn in January 2020, doesn't sound very long ago, but it's a lifetime ago. I know it was January 2010 because I got a photograph to prove that I was there. And what I discovered, let me share my screen with you. Do bear with me, I'm not the world's greatest technologist, but I'm doing my best. I didn't realize that people knew me, so I hope you can see my screen now. I'm going to give you a quick PowerPoint presentation. If we have the technology and anybody wants to interact, please do. This is going to be a little reminiscence, really. As Glenn said, I started teaching in 1976 at the age of 4. And I've been working with Cambridge since 1978, and I chose this title, and this is Vincent Smidovich, if that's how the name is pronounced. Forgive me, although I've got a Polish surname, my family's been in England for over a couple of 100 years, so we've no idea how it's pronounced. But anyway, everybody pronounce it as this is Vincent Smidovich. And yes, I have been on a number of movies, and it's from this point of view that I'm going to speak to you today. We're all teachers, and the world of teaching has changed enormously. I chose this title because these are the last words ever recorded at Cambridge's Regent Street studio.
Sorry to interrupt, Vincent, your screen is white. Is it meant to be white?
Oh, it's not meant to be white. Let me try. I'll stop share.
Okay.
Okay, share screen. Share.
There we go. Now we can see. Yes, we can see.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
No problem.
Thank you so much. It was the 14th of December 2018, a lifetime ago, of course. And we were in Regent Street Studios. If you know Regent Street, don't go to the phone box, turn right by the arrow, and then just go around the corner to number 1. Don't go to the house at the end, that's number 9. In there is the recording studio where we've made all these videos. And on that particular occasion, 2018, as you may know, Cambridge has moved to new premises. Cambridge is now in a fantastic new building, and they closed the studios on the 14th of December 2018. And the last recording was made by a colleague and me, and she got her lines wrong. Cambridge examiners sometimes do, not on video, but in real life they do. And instead of saying, I'm Sally Matson, she said, my name is Sally Matson. So at the end, they said, can we just do the introduction again? It took 4 seconds. She said, I'm Sally Matson, and this is Vincent Smidovich. Cut, and that was it. The next day they moved out. Now, it's not unusual in a studio for things to go wrong. People get nervous. You're inside the studio now. The students turn up, the examiners turn up, and the lights are on. It's a big production day. If you've ever wondered how we get it perfect every time, it's because we don't. We frequently have to do retakes. Now, some things change. It's probably no secret, but Cambridge, since August this year, is part of a new merged company. Cambridge Assessment, which Glenn and I have worked for years, has now merged with Cambridge University Press. Nobody has actually started working yet because everybody's in lockdown. So we don't know what's going to happen, but they are on these new premises. Some things change, some things don't. One thing that doesn't change is when you're in the movie studio, whether you're an examiner, whether you're a candidate, you hear the word cut from the studio. Or at least, can we do a retake at the end? Now, in an examination, you often wish that you could do a retake at the end. You could say certain things to the students. Can you do this? Can you try that? You can't do it. In the movie studio, you can. And if I could take the movie studio with me, which I am doing by sharing it with teachers, I would give 4 bits of advice. It's probably not going to make a huge difference, okay? It's not going to make the difference of a level or even a point within a level, but it might just make that minimal difference. And my advice would be, in part 1, give just a little bit more, please. Simple sentences are fine. Nobody loses marks for simple sentences. but compound sentences are better. And what makes that a compound sentence is the conjunction but. You don't need to be overambitious, yeah? If you use complex sentences, which are great in writing, you're probably going further than you need to. So in part one, try and relax. Imagine you're in the movie studio where relaxing is impossible, but try your best to relax. Give an answer. If you can say an and or a because, that's great. It saves the examiner asking you why or tell me more. In part two is so difficult, you know, and we don't always understand how difficult it is to judge a minute. I'm not going to do this with you now, but I've done it with teachers before. You know, close your eyes and open them in a minute. Some people's minute is 25 seconds. Some people either go to sleep or their minute is 2 minutes. A minute is difficult to judge, but 4 by 15 seconds, on the other hand, is actually quite easy. Whether it's B1 preliminary or B2 first, I'm still getting used to the new names, or C1 advanced, you're going to describe a photograph or 2 photographs or 2 photographs and 3. You always can introduce by saying what you're going to say. You can talk about the photograph in general. If it's 2 photographs, and in my experience, most Polish candidates are born as a B2 or C1 level, they're generally quite high, then you can take time to say in the first photograph, in the second photograph, and you've always got an end question. It's always something like, I'd like you to compare these 2 photographs and say which one you would rather be in. It's good teaching practice. Give students practice, give them the chance to talk to each other, give them a minute and let them work in pairs. Let them say, you know, can you talk about these 2 photographs for a minute, or rather 4 by 15 seconds, and not to worry if I stop you at the end. Sometimes in the movie studio, we can retake part 3. We can't in a real exam. If we could, we would say part 3 is not this. You're not competing with your partner. It's a collaborative effort, not a gladiatorial contest. And it's been my job. Well, I'm not sure if I should say it was my job or it's been my job. With COVID, we've no idea what's going to happen. But since 2014, I have been a Cambridge consultant. It's my job to listen to what people say. It's my job to go to a conference like the one that Glenn and I met at. It's my job to listen to people like Glenn. And they say, part 3, the students are on their own for too long. 3 minutes is a lifetime in an exam. And it's true. And we admit it. It's my job to say to Cambridge, look, we need to improve. It's a great job. Yeah. We admit that we've rather left you on your own, but we have improved things. Now, if you've taught the exams recently, which I haven't taught the Cambridge exams for about 2.5 years because of COVID. But if you've taught them recently, you'll know that part 3 gives you 2 minutes to discuss the 6 items. You don't have to discuss all of them. 4 or 5 is great. And then the interlocutor says, and now you have a minute to decide. We've tried to break it up. We've tried to make it more user-friendly. We've tried to make it more up-to-date. Well, up-to-date, we go back a long way. Part 4 is never a problem, frankly. By part 4, relax, everything is going fine for all of us. Whoops, sorry. By part 4, everything is going fine for all of us, and it's only going to get better. Just before I move on, students frequently worry about certain things. One if they're not working with a partner they've always practiced with. Sometimes you have to have a group of 3. Somebody drops out. As an examiner, I often wonder, does it make any difference? From the movie studio, I can say it doesn't make any difference at all. Because when we make the films, we're using students who volunteer. And sometimes we say to them, can you do this again as a group of 3? Can you do it as a pair? With hand on heart, I can say it never makes any difference. Sometimes people perform more confidently in a 3, but it doesn't affect the mark. Sometimes we have to redo a part of the test, so the student knows exactly what he or she is going to do. They don't do it any better or worse. So you can reassure your students, the test will find out your level. That's its job. Your job is just to go in and do it. Sometimes people think, would I have done better with a different partner? And again, the answer is you wouldn't. You might feel better, but we often ask students to work with different partners when we make the films. We don't use every video we make. We use the ones that we think show best practice. We use the ones that we think show students performing to their best. Now, their best may not be the 3.5 that we're all looking for and above. Their best may be 2, but we want them to achieve their best. I'm going to go back in time, if you will patiently come with me, to where it all started for me. It all started for me in the late 1970s. It all started for me not with IH, there was an IH where I was working, but it was with the British Council. And I don't know if you recognize the city that I was in. Rather nice city in Portugal. I was working for the British Council in Lisbon as a London appointed contract teacher. And they told me, you are going to be a Cambridge examiner. I'd never heard. I'd heard of Cambridge as a university, but what is a Cambridge examiner? And so at the age of 25, which is really quite young in those days, at the age of 25, I became a Cambridge examiner. And at the moment, I don't know if I'm still working for Cambridge. I'm not being paid, so I don't know if I'm working officially. So I can actually be critical of Cambridge, which I wouldn't otherwise be. And I was critical in those days because the only levels that we had were first certificate and proficiency. And they were only scheduled mid-June and mid-December. And I was just thinking that wasn't a very wide range of provision of tests. And just before lockdown, in fact, just before Christmas, before I met Glenn, I was at a conference in the southwest of England at the stand, and my stand said, Cambridge, English qualifications for every learner, every step of the way. And I thought, wow, go back to the 1970s, that is not every learner. That is a very few learners from a first certificate, which we now call B2 level, upwards twice a year. And I wanted to challenge Cambridge. I wanted with you to challenge. I'm going to give you my email at the end of the session. So any comments, do please send them in. I will pass them on to Cambridge. I can't get out of the habit of doing that. But I thought back in those days, it wasn't something for every learner, every step of the way. I'm still not sure it is. I want it to be, but I'm going to ask you. I mean, I think it's a lot more something for every learner, every step of the way these days, because now our results are aligned to the Common European Framework and the Cambridge English Scale. We have added levels apart from B2 and C2. And there's a huge gap between first certificate and proficiency. We have now got IELTS in red. People sometimes wonder if IELTS is a Cambridge qualification. And the answer is yes and no. It's partly a Cambridge qualification. IELTS is administered and owned jointly by Cambridge, by the British Council, and by an organisation, I think its name is IDP Australia. So IELTS is partly a Cambridge qualification. We produce the materials. And IELTS is very, very good for what it is. Sometimes people use IELTS without really thinking. IELTS is well known, but it isn't always known well. Some people don't realize that IELTS has a 2-year lifespan. It does. It's not like a driving test. Once you pass it, you haven't passed it forever. If I do IELTS tomorrow, it only lasts for 2 years. There's a good reason for that. It's a university entrance qualification, so people want to know that you are up to date. BULATS has gone. BULATS is the blue one in the middle. BULATS was fine in its time, but it wasn't as adaptive. In other words, it didn't change with the candidate. It didn't really go down to the level that is now becoming more and more important. So BULATS has been replaced. BULATS has gone and LinguaSkill is coming in. I don't think LinguaSkill will ever compete with the main suite examinations, by which I mean A2 Key, B1 Preliminary, B2 First, C1 Advanced, and C2 Proficiency. IELTS in some ways has, but as the graphic shows, IELTS doesn't become useful until a B1 level. I'm not criticizing IELTS, even though I'm no longer contracted for Cambridge, hope to be soon again. But IELTS doesn't go all the way. It doesn't pretend to. Really, IELTS only becomes useful at a B2 first level and above. Whereas the main suite examinations really do promote good learning and teaching. And it's interesting to me that since 2017, 100% of UK universities recognize C1 Advanced as well as IELTS. So I'm teaching students at the moment. I'll come to that in a moment, but I've gone back to teaching after many, many years of other things. And I advise them, I think IELTS might be right for you. Main suite might be right for you. Choice is everything. I have a quick quiz for you. And my quiz is quite simple. In alphabetical order, we have advanced CAE exam. We have Celta and Delta teachers qualifications. We have the Common European Framework of Reference publication. We have FC exam, key, preliminary, and proficiency. I'm going to give you a minute to put these in the order that they came into the world. Now, I've already given you a clue. When I started teaching for the British Council in 1978, there was only first certificate and proficiency. So we know that most of these things come after. So let me give you a minute to think about it. If we were live, I would take a show of hands, but for those of you down there, we'll be live together next year, who knows? Let me give you a minute to think if you can put them in order. I think if you get it right, you'll be the first audience ever to do so. So congratulations in advance. The obvious starting point is first, isn't it? The word first sounds like it might be the starter. And like almost everything else in life, that is, of course, completely wrong. Shall I show you? Proficiency was launched in 1913. The first certificate, then called Lower, was launched in 1939. Preliminary, the B1 level, it first came up during the Second World War, but it was dropped. Then it was introduced again in 1984, and it was revised for 2020. I haven't taught for it. I have made the movies. I've even seen them. It's very surreal that you're looking at something that hasn't happened yet. CELTA and Delta, which some of you may well have, and I know International House delivers them. The teachers' qualifications came up in 1988 for a reason that I'll give you in a second. Advanced was as late as 1990, 1991. I first went to Poland in 1993. I was representing Cambridge, and this was a completely new exam and so necessary that the gap between B2 and C2 is huge. You need a C1 level. Key wasn't introduced until 1995. And again, it was revised for 2020. Looking back, we should be ashamed of it, really. We were ignoring 40%, maybe more, of the learning population. Things change. People didn't used to take exams until they were a B2 level. Now they do. And the Common European Framework was published in 2000. So there's my first little quiz. If you got 100%, award yourself a prize. I mentioned 1988, and 1988 was a marriage made in heaven. It was when the Royal Society of Arts on the left merged with Cambridge Assessment, then called UCCLES, on the right. Cambridge was very well established, but it needed a number of things. It wasn't, we all know the word communicative. No, in 1988, we didn't. The Royal Society of Arts was communicative. Cambridge realized it didn't have teaching qualifications. The Royal Society of Arts had certificate and diploma. Sometimes mergers work, sometimes they don't. This one did. It really was a marriage made in heaven for a number of reasons. By the way, I worked for Cambridge at the British Council from 1978 until 79. I went out to Scandinavia, came back to the UK. I worked for the RSA. And in 1988, I was a joint chief examiner. And when Cambridge and the RSA merged, they took me with them. So that was the real start of my Cambridge career, as people know it. That was when we first made the movies. The RSA brought quite a dowry, you know. It brought communicative assessment. Errors which do not destroy communication were acceptable at a level below A2. Errors which do not impede communication were acceptable at B2. Before that, a mistake was a mistake. I know. But RSA recognizes. It had the 4 skills. When I started teaching for Cambridge and examining, the speaking was only 12.5% of the assessment. Now it's 25%. It should be more, but I didn't say that. It brought new levels. The RSA had basic, intermediate, it had advanced. It used authentic materials instead of prepared materials, which Cambridge had always used, as everybody else had. The RSA used today's newspaper. The RSA recorded, which you could do in the late 80s, I know today you can record everything, but in the late 80s, it recorded radio programs, it recorded dialogues, and it spoke about the washback effect, that assessment should not just be given a mark, it should be improving teaching. The Common European Framework, here's your second quiz starter for 10. The Common European Framework of Reference for Languages is followed by 3 words. If you said assessment, teaching and learning, you're almost right. The order is different. In 1980, the Common European Framework of Reference for Languages put learning first. In 2000, the year 2000, learning, teaching and assessment. I'm afraid that before that, we probably had thought of assessment as the most important part of the equation, and therefore teaching comes second and learning is almost ignored. It's 20 years ago, so we can forgive ourselves, but not if we go back to the old days. Learning is the top, teaching and assessment comes third. A well-worn manual, you can see that it's been used and reused every day of my teaching life. And I'll give you a quick quiz on the Common European Framework. The Common European Framework describes language in 4 domains. If you think it's true, raise your right hand. If you think it's false, raise your left hand. The Common European Framework describes language proficiency in 6 levels. Right hand true, left hand false, or whichever way it was I said it. The Common European Framework divides language proficiency into 4 can-do skills areas. And finally, Cambridge adopted the Common European Framework levels as soon as they came out, the minute they came out in 2000. Okay, if you said true for number 1, you're right. It assesses language in the personal domain, whatever you want to do yourself, in the public domain, going shopping, traveling as we used to, what I would have been doing in my very bad German, traveling from Berlin to Toruń. The educational domain becoming more and more important to the United Kingdom, possibly worldwide, and the occupational domain. The Common European Framework does describe language proficiency 6 levels, A1 to C2. The Common European Framework divides language proficiency into 4 can-do skills areas. I say it's debatable because it actually gives 5 areas. It does give speaking, reading, writing, and listening, but it gives double billing to speaking, sorry. It gives spoken production and spoken interaction, which we'll come to in a second. And finally, Cambridge adopted the Common European Framework levels as soon as they came out. It didn't. We took time, but we now adopt the Common European Framework levels and really significant changes. I don't know when it happened, but we extended the pass to a level above, and we extended a fail to a very generous accommodation at a level below. When I started teaching, you took your first certificate. If you missed by 1 point, you're left with nothing. It was very harsh, but that's what people did in those days. Now, if you get a grade A for certificate, it is a C1 level on your certificate. If you fail by up to, is that 20 marks? It's a big range. You shouldn't be doing the exam if you're falling outside 20 marks. Then you still get an award. So Cambridge has tried to become more humane. I don't know what happens in Poland. In the United Kingdom, we are living in the past. We've always lived in the past. We continue to live in the past. Most of the exams, it's not actually an exam course. I'm using Cambridge assessment, outdated now, statistics, but the actual examination, top is June, followed by December. And the reason for that is the usual reason, because we've always done it this way. maybe we need to change. Maybe we need to look at the rest of the year. Most of the students who come to the United Kingdom come in July and August, and yet July and August are below December. I hope COVID will say to us, look, you've got to come into the 21st century, or at least the 20th. How are things changing? This is Sidmouth, where I live on the left, rather nice place, even on a November day. And that's the Sidmouth International School, where I worked from 1988 until 2010, where I did my teacher training, my certificate and diploma. And students used to come for the June session. Of course they did. They came for the good weather. They came in July and August, not to do examinations. They came for a holiday. They wanted to be on the beach. The world is changing, and we've got to change. I hope that places like Sidmouth International School will survive COVID. I don't know if we will. I really don't know. A lot of schools have gone. It's a great shame. I think a lot of the UK has been getting older and Europe has been taking the lead. So maybe the shift was going to happen anyway. So maybe Toruń is the new Brighton or Torquay. Why not? Things do change. And a question I ask myself, do we as Cambridge still need to change? I think we do. I've always been a bit of a rebel. I think we've done a good job, but I think we need to change. And I hope that with the new merger, we will. For example, we talk about something for every learner every step of the way, but teachers are also learners, for goodness sake. We have to be learners. I'm still a learner. I'm still learning about technology. I just got a new job. I got a new job at the start of September, end of September. I'm principal of academic tutor online, which may sound hilarious, but I'm learning. So we are teaching not just English language, but we're teaching subjects through English. We're teaching history, we're teaching sociology. And CELTA and Delta are great qualifications, they're absolutely fantastic. But are they for me? They're for me as an English language teacher, but not for me as a teacher of sociology or of history, not for mathematics teachers. Some of you may have seen, even read, Approaches and Methods in Language Teaching by Richards and Rogers. When I was teaching the diploma, it was the standard. It's been updated. I think it was 2014, 2015. And now one of the major methodologies is CLIL, Content and Language Integrated Learning. CELTA and Delta haven't got time to do CLIL, where TKT, third down the list, does. And Cambridge has now introduced a teaching qualification, not just for language teachers, but for teachers of maths, of science, of history, through English. And by extension of teachers of history, teachers of English through history, science and mathematics. This was published in, I think it was 2015, so it's quite recent. It's, you know, COVID happened start of 2020, hasn't really had time to be developed. But if you want to know more, send me an email. What can TKT do for me and my students? It's Cambridge's new teaching qualification. Time is running out, but you may recognize some of these abbreviations. I can't remember myself what they all mean. I think we should cheat, shall we? Oh, grammar translation, yeah. PPP, that. I came in with grammar translation. Then we went to presentation, practice, production. Then Jeremy Harmer came up with Engage, Study, Activate. And then somehow we managed to get communicative language teaching, task-based learning, English medium instruction, which wasn't bad, but it wasn't language teaching. Whereas content and language integrated learning is. The organization I now work for delivers content and language integrated learning. It is the future, I think. What does CLIL mean? Well, of course, it means content and language integrated learning. We know that. It also means that our learners in the future have the world in their hands, you know. They're learning English not just as a foreign language, they're learning English as an international language. I think that CLIL means a world of opportunities for learners and their teachers. When I started teaching English, it was for adults. But now we have a module for young learners. And what's special about young learners? For a start, by 2018, they had become 53% of overseas student numbers in the UK. We now have a Cambridge examination, key, preliminary and first for schools. Does it have the same value as the adult version? Exactly. It's just the topics that are different. When I learnt my teaching, it was nothing to do with kids. Today, I am having to change and adapt. Final question, what's in a name? When I came in, it was called UCCLS, University of Cambridge Local Examination Syndicate. It then changed its name to Cambridge ESOL. Until August, it was Cambridge Assessment. And now it is Cooper. So Glenn, I didn't know if you knew it, but you're working for Cooper now, which is Cambridge University Press and Assessment. Is it a good thing? If it's anything like, you did know, if it's anything like the RSA merger, it's got huge advantages. It's going to give us more material. It's going to give us more expertise. Whether it will give me a future or not, I don't know. So I'm going to leave you with the speculation. What does the future hold? Who knows? Oh, no, final words. Not my final words, not the final words at Cambridge Regent Street. It's my final quiz. Do you know which Victorian poem this comes from? I'll be amazed if you do. My soul, which springs beyond thy sphere, no more demands thy aid. It's from a poem called The Last Words of Copernicus. Bye for now, Tara, and I will be seeing you again. If anybody wants to contact me, please do. I am Vincent from Sidmouth at googlemail.com. I'm happy to send Glenn my PowerPoint, which he can circulate if anybody wants it. You'll even see what I would have done if we had enough time. As a teacher trainer, I always say, have something up your sleeve. Right, bye for now, Toruń. I will stop sharing my screen and say thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just going to remove your spotlight. Okay, so thank you very much, Vincent. Very interesting and at times entertaining, of course, as always. So I would expect from you, to be honest. And as a Cambridge examiner myself, I learned a lot. So thank you very much for that. And enjoy the rest of your day today, Vincent.
I'm going to watch the sport.
Oh, okay.
No, sorry, I'm going to do some work for Cambridge. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Please give everybody my best wishes. Do invite people to contact me with any comments. And next time I see you, it'll be in the flesh, okay?
Okay, thank you very much, Vincent.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody. That was Vincent Schmidovich. We now have a 10-minute break, and we're going to be coming back very soon with Andriy Rzyński, live from IH Kharkiv. Can't wait. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Right.
So hello everybody, welcome back, and live in our studio we have Anya Kołczewska. Hello Anya.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you very
Are
much.
you enjoying the IX Toruń Teacher Training Day?
Absolutely, and it's so good to be face to face again.
Absolutely.
After such a long break.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah.
But it's just, you know, I don't know, it just seems natural as well at the same time.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So you did a session on pronunciation.
That's right.
Tell me more about it.
Okay, well, basically we looked at why pronunciation is important, why teaching pronunciation is important, why it makes a difference, when you should start teaching pronunciation, but also we looked at how we can move or shift the focus of pronunciation teaching from that based on auditory stimuli to teaching based on visual stimuli to help students who can't hear.
Okay. All right. And you had quite a few people watching?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice.
I'm getting feedback. I don't know why I can hear what we're saying. It's very strange.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
I think I know why. Just give me a second. I know why. Just a second. Sorry, guys. If we could just mute the microphone. Thanks. I know you sound about that. Yeah. So, yeah. So, what are you looking forward to for the rest of the day?
I really want to see the these are going to be really, really interesting. So overall, I think it's been a fantastic experience at being face to face and meeting people and talking face to face about things which are so important to all of us. It's a really, really good experience, and I'm really hoping that the rest of the day is going to prove as fantastic as it has been.
We've got a couple of plenaries. We've got one with Catherine Stannett coming live from England. She's been kindly sponsored by National Geographic Learning. And then, of course, the legend himself, Jeremy Harmer, will be talking. And we're going to be moving our conference to a local high school. So that'll be for the plenary, and there'll be about 50 people in the audience. So can't wait, looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Anya.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
And we'll be back in about 5 minutes with Andriy Rushinsky coming live from IH Kharkiv. He'll be talking about time management during the lesson. Is it about time or is it about management? We'll be back soon. Bye-bye.
Ну, вот это ж Глен этот. Глен.
back, everybody, to the IH Toruń Teacher Training Day. We're coming live from Toruń here in Poland. My name's Glenn Standish, and I hope you are enjoying the conference wherever you are in the world. Right now, we are joined by Andrzej Rudzinski from IH Kharkiv. Andrzej, how are you doing?
Yes, thank you very much. Well, I'm fine. Missing you and being sad that I'm not with you physically.
Of course, I know it's such a shame that you couldn't make it here, but you know, it's still crazy times. The number of cases of COVID are increasing on a daily basis here in Poland and indeed around the world. So we obviously do have to have restrictions in place. And this event, you know, the live event at least is much smaller than we normally have. We normally have about 150 people, and right now we've got about 50. But it's still very nice to have a live event and see people walking around the corridors here at IH Toruń. So anyway, Andrzej, let me introduce you. You are a senior teacher and teacher trainer at IH Kharkiv in Ukraine. You've been teaching English and Russian to students from all over the world since 1984. That's a long time.
People don't live that long, I know, right?
You've got a license to run SOTA and IHCTL courses. You're also a CAM course tutor, like myself, and you are a local Delta tutor for IH London. You've run numerous teacher training courses in about 18 countries, from Canada to New Zealand, where I was born. Which part of New Zealand?
Yes. In Auckland.
Nice, very nice. You regularly take part in conferences and workshops on teaching techniques and approaches worldwide. And you're also a singer in a Ukrainian folk group called, correct me if I'm wrong, Moravsky
Szlach, right?
All right. What does that mean? Does that
it's just the name of the road, for traders of salt, you know, it's kind of historical stuff.
Okay, right. Well, Andrew is going to be giving a session on time management during the lesson. Is it about time or is it about management? Andrew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I share the screen?
Yes,
I have the right to do it. Okay. Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. It's absolutely new format for me, and unfortunately, I cannot see the feedback from you guys, so that's why I'm going to give a talk on this topic. But still, I hope that you will spend this time with productively and fruitfully. And time management, this is the topic that, you know, if you have done CELTA, if you have done any teacher training course, you probably remember that time management is one of the main areas to work on in many teacher training courses. And I always joke and say that this is the curse of the course. You know, people always fight with timing, fight for timing, and you know, they're trying to, you know, fix their time frames of the lessons. And that's why I decided to share some thoughts about it and some practical ideas about it. So, but the first question is certainly, why is time management important? Why is it important? Why do we need to talk about timing? Why is it impossible to just, you know, come to the classroom, do as much as you can, leave the classroom with happy faces, and that's it? But we still need to remember that certain types of lessons, they have certain shapes or frameworks. These are the terms that are used interchangeably. And the shapes are quite different. And probably you're familiar with these terminology like PPP, TTT, guided discovery, text-based, task-based learning, and so on. I'm sure that you're familiar with them. And, you know, these frameworks, they are all discussable, but we're not going to talk about it. For example, I wouldn't say that PPP and TTT or even guided discovery, it's the same level of describing the lesson. But that's another story. Now we're not talking about it. Now we are talking about how to use time effectively in the classroom and to follow the core stages of each framework to achieve the main aim of the lesson. For example, if we're talking about systems lessons, I mean the lesson on vocabulary, grammar, or functional language, each systems lesson must have ideally must have, must finish with so-called fair practice, or I'd rather call it fluent use of target language, right? Without this stage of using target language for real communication, this lesson cannot be effective. And that is why this is what our aim is, and this is what we need time for. But we also need time to prepare this stage, right? So you cannot start the lesson with fair practice. You cannot start the lesson with just fluent use of target language. For example, you cannot come to the classroom and say, hey guys, today I want you to use past perfect. Here is the task, go and start talking. It's impossible, right? We need to prepare students. But at the same time, only this kind of activity, only fluent use of target language, contains the evidence of achieving the lesson aim. As I said, if students are not using target language by the end of the lesson freely in some meaningful communicative activity, you cannot say that the lesson aim, you don't have the evidence of achieving this aim. You don't have the evidence of learning by students. If we look at the systems lesson timing triangle, that's an interesting point, right? If you see this triangle, you will see that in general, so-called clarification stage, whatever terminology can be used here, clarification, presentation, different terminologies here. But anyway, this is the stage when students when the teacher clarifies, is helping students to work out meaning, pronunciation, and form of target language. They get to know target language or the revised target language. They get ready to practice it. And then we need to have some stage of control practice, restricted practice. This is the term that I prefer. And certainly they need to have fluent use of target language. And as you can see, this part, fluent use of target language, is the biggest one. And ideally, this is what should be there. Ideally, we should spend most time of the lesson on fluent use of target language. But if you look at these triangles at different levels, look, for example, we can compare 3 triangles here at level A1, A2, then B2, B1, B2, and B2 plus. You can see that at lower levels, certainly we spend more time on clarifying meaning, form, pronunciation. Students they are learning the rules, right? They are learning some new language. They need more time for restricted practice because they need to remember, they need to memorize, they need to repeat to memorize this target language. And hopefully they have some time for fluent use of this language. But as you can see, the higher the level, the more time we spend on fluent use. And at the higher levels, B2 plus, basically the first stage, the stage when we just remind students meaning, form, pronunciation, they quickly just remember what we're going to practice because they actually know quite a bit of stuff there. Then maybe they have one kind of control practice activity or restricted practice, and then teaching students at higher levels basically means providing a lot of time for fluent use of target language. So that's why, I hope that these 3 triangles give us quite clear vision of our main strategic aim, giving students as much time as possible for fluent use of target language. If we're talking about receptive skills lessons, which means listening and reading, certainly students must have the slot for most detailed comprehension because this is our main aim, right? That students understand the text as much as they can, listening text or reading text. They get from this text as much information as they can at this level. And certainly this stage also needs to be prepared. And this is the stage when the lesson aim is achieved. The stage when students demonstrate the most detailed possible understanding for them of this text. If we're talking about timing for receptive skills, then we don't have a triangle, we have a diamond, right? And if you look at this diamond, then the pre-stage will take some time before we start working with the text itself. Pre-stage is normally preparing students for listening and reading, starting to talk on the topic, maybe pre-teaching some vocabulary, but this stage is quite short anyway. We certainly have a post-stage as well. After we finish working with the text, we need to give students time to respond to it. And what normally happens at this stage is developing productive skills. Students respond to the text, talking, writing, discussing the topic, not the text itself, but the topic. For example, they can tell each other similar stories, they can work out the another alternative end of the story, and so on and so forth. But the most time is taken by while stage, and certainly while stage contains at least 2 tasks for understanding. Gist task, which means getting to know the text, and the detailed understanding. And this is where the lesson aim is achieved. As you can see, detailed understanding is not the very end of the lesson, of a receptive skills lesson, and this is where we achieve the main lesson aim, but still it takes quite a bit of time to drive students, to guide students towards this stage. If we're talking about speaking lesson, in the speaking lesson, pure speaking, I mean speaking, developing oral fluency, certainly students must be provided with enough time for spontaneous and meaningful communication. Spontaneous and meaningful, these are the key words for a good speaking lesson. Enough time, yes, they need to spend quite a bit of time on discussing some interesting topic, doing some research, doing some survey, doing role play, different kind of things. They must have enough time for that. And also, this task must be followed by feedback on content and feedback on language. Feedback on content means that if students were doing some research or if they were doing some survey, you can say, okay, guys, so what have you found out? Just let's share. And this is what feedback on content means. But also feedback on language is necessary even during a speaking lesson when students are given feedback. By the way, feedback on language doesn't necessarily mean error correction. It means also maybe praising students for some good language use. It may be doing some extra pronunciation work. And certainly it can be doing some language work as well, some error correction, sorry. Ideally, after that, students should also have time for task repetition. For example, they will switch partners and they start talking to a new partner, doing the same task. Hopefully, this time the language will be more accurate, more interesting, more kind of sophisticated, if you want. You know, they will develop their language and they develop their listening skills, speaking skills. For a writing lesson, ideally, a writing lesson should finish when by the stage when students write at least the first draft of the text that they're supposed to create. Writing lesson, again, certainly I don't mean doing written grammar exercises, right? Writing lesson means creating some text. And at least the first draft, ideally, should be created during the lesson, at the end of the lesson. And after that, again, ideally, students should have time for peer editing and feedback, which is very important learning stage when students see somebody else's writing and they give feedback to each other. And at this point, they also learn quite a lot. when they can look at somebody else's writing and kind of think critically, give feedback, make suggestions on improvements, and so on. So the conclusion from what I've been talking about is very easy, that teaching without keeping the main lesson aim in mind is certainly less effective. And the main lesson aim, in most cases, is achieved at the end or very close to the end of the lesson, which makes time management very important. So this is why we need to talk about time management, and we need to have time management reasonable and time management effective, to have time for the stages where students demonstrate their learning, where we can measure students' learning, where these measurement can be specific and clear, right? We cannot just say, I think students have learned something. No, students have demonstrated it. For example, they were using some target language, right? Or they answered all questions on the text and so on. So I hope I have done a good job explaining why time management is important. And in terms of time management, if we look at CELTA assessment criteria, there are 2 assessment criteria connected with timing in CELTA. Even those of you who have done CELTA, I'm not sure you have read all these detailed explanations of each criterion. For example, this one, 4H, is for planning, so timing at planning stage before the lesson. So, and I underlined here the key words that for me, they demonstrate what we need to focus on, right? Allocating appropriate timing for different stages of the lesson. But the subtitle is dividing the procedure into clear stages and indicating how long you think each stage will take. Let's remember this, right? Allocating appropriate timing for each stage, for each activity in the lesson. And the second one is timing in terms of the lesson itself in the classroom. And the full wording here is beginning and finishing lessons on time, and if necessary, making the relevant regulations pertaining to the teaching institution clear to learners. But the key words here are in the subtitles, so-called, right? Ensure that you're in the classroom in good time to begin your lesson. Interesting, obvious, but we didn't even probably notice that in CELTA assessment criteria we have this. Ensure that your materials are prepared in good time. Ensure that you finish your lesson on time. Ensure learners are aware of start and finish times as required. And certainly ensure you pass on any relevant administrative information to learners when required. So we will be talking now during the next 5-10 minutes. We will be talking about the words that I underlined here, and I will try to share some ideas on how to address them. There are some life hacks, if you want, or some tricks that teachers can use in the classroom to optimize their timing in class. So staging, if you remember, the first one was here, right? Allocating appropriate timing for different stages, right? Certainly, staging is important, and staging is important because of the frameworks that I was talking about. No matter what framework you're using, really, any, but in any case, a good lesson has some framework. I invented a term recently, a sandbox lesson. A sandbox lesson, it's kind of it's a parallel to the way how kids are learning. When students are playing in the sandbox, this game is not planned, right? They're doing something in the sandbox. They're playing, and during this game, during this time, right, they're learning how to operate the little bucket. They learn how to deal with the sand. They learn how to communicate with other kids. They learn how to fight, if you want. They learn how to do different things. But it is not planned, right? They are learning something, but it is not planned. This learning is not organized. It's only organized by the God, right? And if you have a lesson like this, when you just bring a bunch of activities and give students one by one without any logic between them, yeah, they will learn something. They will practice some words. They will practice some grammar. But putting these activities into logical sequence, right? Into logical staging will make a lesson much more effective. That is why staging is important. And when we need to anticipate or indicate the amount of time that you will need for each stage, there are two ways here, right? The first one is if you take some activities from some resource books, some teachers' resource books, some different sources, quite often the timing is indicated there. Estimated timing, right? For example, they say timing 40 minutes, timing 15 minutes. From my experience, maybe I'm lucky to have faster students, but from my experience, just wanted to let you know that this timing is normally overestimated. It's like if they write 40 minutes, most probably it will take about 30 minutes. I don't know, maybe this is my style of teaching, but just be careful with that. That's what my point is. Be careful with indicated timing. Don't trust it 100%. You need to check it anyway. For the other activities, I have bad news for you. You need to gain more experience just to understand how long it will take. But on the other hand, you know, just common sense can help in that case. Because look, for example, if you have like 10 sentences with gap fills, and students need to fill in 10 gaps in 10 sentences, I don't think it's reasonable to give them only 2 minutes for that. Most probably they won't cope, right? Maybe 3-4 minutes would work. Again, it depends on how difficult the language is that they are gonna practice or they're gonna use to fill in these gaps. But just common sense, it also helps quite a lot. Before the lesson, so that was about planning, right? The previous page. Now, before the lesson, if you remember that assessment criterion, be ready and before the lesson, be in classroom on time. That's really interesting point, you know. I noticed, and I'm quite sure that you have the same situation. For example, if you start the lesson at 12 o'clock, like here on this page, on this picture, and quite a lot of students, they come to the classroom at 12 o'clock, if they are on time. Leave alone the students who are always late and they come later. But even when students, they come exactly at 12 o'clock, but this is not the time to come to class, right? If the lesson starts at 12, you know, it's quite easy to train your students to come, well, at least 5 minutes earlier. Because we need to explain to them that, hey guys, at 12 o'clock, this is the time for us to start. And if you come at 12 o'clock, you will take some time to sit down, to organize your stuff, to say hello, to, you know, blah, 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 and 5 minutes are lost, right? But if you come earlier, 5 minutes before the lesson, that'll be fantastic. So at 12 o'clock, we can start effective, intensive work together and enjoy it. Also, if students come to the classroom at 5 to 12, please use this time to chat with the students, right? Because again, if they come at 12, and it's quite normal to have some small talk, how are you guys? How do you like the weather? how's your day today? I mean, you know, all that small talk stuff, it also takes time. Why not do it before 12 o'clock? I'm saying 12 o'clock because we agreed that now we are talking about the lesson that starts at 12 o'clock, right? So this little chat, little small talk can be done before the lesson as well. Also, from teacher's side, you need to prepare all materials also before the lesson. And if you prepare them and organize them, right? If it is a face-to-face lesson, put all materials in order on your desk, in order, like in order, or in the pile, like in the order that you're going to use them. You know, it's kind of simple, it's obvious, but it saves a couple of minutes. It will save you a couple of minutes, really. And you will not spend time during the lesson looking for some cards or looking for some handouts that you need to give students. If it is an online lesson, I would strongly recommend that all tabs, all windows that you need for this lesson, they're opened before and they're opened and lined up before the lesson. All your listening materials, all your handouts, all your different windows, I don't know, different whatever you're going to use during the lesson, everything must already be open on your computer. Opening new tabs, opening new windows, opening listening materials will take another 1 or 2 minutes during the lesson. And this is where you will, again, you will just waste some time, okay? Next one, during the lesson, remember that we have already prepared the materials, we have already chatted with the students. Students are ready to start the lesson on time at 12 o'clock. You start the lesson, and then certainly you have certain series of activities, certain sequence of activities, right? So the next activity can be prepared while students are busy with the current activity. This little trick also will save you 1 or 2 minutes. Please don't get me wrong. I don't mean that the teacher should give students the task, they start doing it, and the teacher starts preparing the next activity. No way. Certainly, I don't mean that. If you give the task, students start doing it. The first thing the teacher does is you need to go and see what they are doing. You need to make sure that they are on the track, they are doing what you ask them to do. And only after that, you can use 1 minute to prepare the next activity while students are doing the current one. And then when you get ready with the next activity, you need to come back to the students. And this time your monitoring will be aimed at helping them, taking care of students individually, maybe some ongoing error correction if it is control practice activity, you know, individual work with students. Monitoring in this case, it's a good alternative to one-to-one teaching, basically. And that's why not using this slot for individual work with students, it's a bad idea, you know, it's not effective at all. So that's why, but still, while students are working on the current activity, you can always find like 30, 40 seconds to quickly prepare the next activity, and it will save you another minute during the lesson. Then finishing on time. If you remember, we have this criterion, this CELTA criteria, finishing on time. Yes, we need to finish on time, of course, but it needs to be reasonable. Certainly, we shouldn't finish the lesson just mid-sentence. Like, okay, the time is over, let's finish, goodbye. Certainly, the lesson must be framed, the lesson must be finished properly. And it's okay. For me, it's okay to use 1 or 2 extra minutes for, you know, to finish the lesson, to say goodbye, to give them some feedback and everything. But on the other hand, it's also important to respect students' time. Modern life is very intensive. Quite a lot of students use a lot of time. Quite a lot of students have, different commitments, different arrangements right after the lesson. So we cannot keep them in class after the lesson for too long. If you need to keep them for too long, it's always necessary to ask them if that's okay. So that is why. Let me just show you again what the slide that I showed you. Let's just calculate when we can save time, right? If we anticipate timing properly, this is where we already can save time. Then if we start the lesson or we come to the classroom 5 minutes earlier and we chat with the students before the lesson 5 minutes, if materials are prepared and you don't need to spend time looking for them during the lesson, a couple of minutes are saved, right? So it's kind of 7 minutes. In online lesson, it's kind of similar thing. Then if you prepare the next activity while students are doing the current activity, plus 1 more minute for one activity. But if you have many activities, okay, let's put like 3 minutes, okay? Then altogether, it's already 10 minutes, right? And finishing on time, okay, that's another story. So you see, these little tricks already give you a chance to save about 10 minutes, which is a lot in the lesson. A lot for, you can use these 10 minutes for a good fluency work activity. But still, when we are talking about saving time, I also use the word prioritizing a lot. So you need to prioritize what you're doing in the classroom according to the main lesson aim. Because, it's quite natural for the teacher to get involved into some discussions and say, okay, guys, I will tell you something else. Or, this word is interesting, but by the way, there are some synonyms to this word, and I can tell you more about these synonyms and blah, 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 blah. And you just fly away from the main lesson aim. All these synonyms don't belong to the list of your target language for today. So that's why how much you're doing and how much you spend, how much time you spend on this or that activity is also important. So the question is, which parts are worth spending time on them, which parts of the lesson, which stages of the lesson, and also which parts of the lesson can be shorter. And if we're talking about the parts of the lesson, we certainly can talk about lead-in, we can talk about explanations, clarifications, whatever you call it, then feedback stage for each activity, and also control practice and fluent use of target language. So the balance between these activities, if we're in this case, as you can see, we have the stages for systems lessons. But anyway, lead-in is in any lesson. And from my experience of observations of a lot of different lessons, I can say that teachers, again, they spend quite a lot of time on preparing some interesting lead-ins. And then they spend a lot of time, too much time on lead-ins, which is, for example, if you spend 10 minutes on lead-in in a 45-minute lesson, it's kind of too much, right? Even though, yes, I know that we have interesting materials, you bring some exciting videos, you bring some pictures, you prepare some provoking questions and everything. Certainly it's interesting to talk to students about it, but we need to remember that lead-in is not the main lesson stage. We need to hurry up to move on to give students more practice. The next certainly is the next question is the balance between clarifications, explanations, which is theoretical part of the lesson, like theoretical discussions about meaning, form, pronunciation, and practice, control, practice, and fluent use of target language. And we will talk a bit about the techniques for feedback stages, right? So if we're talking about the balance between explanations and practice, we need to remember that certainly clarification, explanation stage, it's a powerful source for making teaching more effective, but not explanation, but also this balance. We need to remember this very important idea that students learn mainly from practice, but not from listening to our explanations. Not only explanations. Okay, forget the word explanations. I'm not a big fan of it. But even if we use guided discovery, for example, guided discovery is certainly it's much more effective thing than listening to explanations, but still it is theoretical part of work, part of the lesson. So the sooner students start practicing, the more they will learn. So we need to hurry up to provide practice activities. So the more students practice, the more effective your lesson is. It is totally understandable that teachers want to see absolutely happy students' eyes when they say, yes, we understand everything, now we are ready to practice. Well, you remember that even if students say, yes, we understand everything, I'm not sure we can trust them because not always you understand what they understand, right? Not always you know what they understand. Also, even if they say, it is still not quite clear. Yeah, we see what you're talking about, but not quite clear. Just remember one thing. I always tell my trainees, how many times did your parents tell you to wash your hands? How many times did your parents tell you when you were a kid? How many times did your parents tell you not to touch electricity? How many times did your parents tell you not to touch knives or whatever, right? You learned not to touch them only after you cut your finger, probably. Hopefully it was not very serious. So I guess this is a very clear demonstration of the fact that students learn from practice. So even if they are not 100% clear about the rules, about the theory, I would encourage you to say, okay, guys, no worries. Now we'll start doing exercises. And while we're doing exercises, let's make mistakes together and let's learn from these mistakes. And I hope I don't need to explain to you now that this is more effective. Students will tell them that, yes, you will make mistakes. No worries, you will make mistakes, but we will learn from these mistakes. You're not required to do everything perfectly now. This is not an exam, this is a lesson. And people always learn only from mistakes, right? In general, not only any language. So that's about the balance between explanations and practice. And now about feedback. Feedback stages are usually, it's not normally, very often, let's say so, very often they're too long for me, right? And I guess it's always a good idea to give students time, more time for practice, more time for pair work, more time for discussing in pairs, which is a vital stage of any communicative classroom, right? When students are discussing the answers in pairs and they are learning from each other. If you remember, the best way to learn something is to teach somebody. And if the stronger student is teaching the weaker student, they're also learning. So that is why it's much more effective to give them more time for practice. And during the feedback, they only need to actually check in with you, to check if their answer is correct. By the moment of feedback, a good teacher has been monitoring and has seen how successful students have been. The feedback is hardly ever for the teacher. It's for students, maybe, for them to see that this is the correct answer. And they are, even not only adults, even kids, they can say, aha, I was right, I was not right, and ask questions if they don't understand why this is right and this is not right. So the aim of the feedback stage is to let students know what the correct answer is, not to let them report to you one by one what their answers are. And that is why one of the fast techniques for in an online lesson, to ask students to use the chat box, ask students to type their answers in the chat box. Moreover, if you don't want them to cheat, you can ask them, please type your answers, and only after my signal, hit send button, right? So that everybody prepares their answers, and then they send the answers at the same time and everybody sees them. Okay, that's also possible. So in that case, you don't need to ask each student, right? The next one, there are quite a lot of kinesthetic feedback techniques. Certainly, some of them can be used in online lesson, some of them cannot, but still you can, for example, raise your hands if, right? Raise your right hand if, raise your left hand if. Fine, easy peasy, right? Touch the correct answer, or the fly swatter activity. Actually, it's kind of the same thing. The answers can be on the board, and students can just go to the board and touch the correct answer all together at the same time, not one by one. Or fly swatter activity, you can just use fly swatters, and two teams, for example, they compete who will be faster to run to the board and hit the correct answer with the fly swatter. And there are many, many more kinesthetic activities that can be used in the classroom. Also,
why can't I? Yes, on the front door.
Glenn, we can hear you. Glenn?
Why can't I hear him?
Glenn, we can hear you.
Why can't I hear him? Oh, because it's not on the speaker.
Glenn? Glenn?
Can we ask him to turn the speakers on?
Down or up?
Up, because I can't hear him.
Glenn? You can't hear me? Glenn, can you hear me? Glenn?
Speaker.
I don't understand what's going on. All right. Okay, shall I continue probably, right? Also, there is a very effective technique for feedback, just providing the key. But you need to be careful. This technique does not always work properly. Because yes, if you provide the key for a gap fill activity, fine. Students see, compare with their answers, enough. They can ask you questions if they don't understand why this is the correct answer. But sometimes teachers overuse this technique, especially for example, receptive skills lessons, when they just give the correct answers to the comprehension check questions in the reading or listening activity. This can be dangerous, especially at the lower level, when students are when they might think that the wording of this answer is exactly what the teacher shows, but they need to understand that the wording can be different. So the idea must be repeated, must be the same, right? And also short feedback on content after a speaking activity, for example. When the speaking activity is over, you don't need to ask every student, no. It's enough to say, okay, guys, you've had a nice discussion. I really enjoyed listening to you. Is anybody burning to share your results? Okay, anybody? Just one or two students maximum. they don't need to share one by one with the entire group, because in that case, the feedback will take more time than the activity itself, which doesn't seem to be very effective. So these are, if we remember those 10 minutes, plus if you save time using shorter feedback techniques, you will save another 2 or 3 minutes. So overall, you will have from 12 to 15 minutes saved in a 45-minute lesson, which seems to be really useful. So my time is over, and I would be happy to hear your ideas, but now it's impossible in our settings, unfortunately. So that's why I can only thank you. Here is my name again and my email address. Feel free to use it if you want to contact me. And thank you very much. I stop sharing my screen. And it's Toruń.
Thank you, Andrew.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I hear somebody's talking. Can you say it again?
Hello?
Yes, yes.
I don't know if anyone has any questions.
I don't hear you, sorry.
I can't hear. Okay. Because maybe they don't know.
No. No, the sound doesn't work. Okay, yeah, I see that somebody is trying to talk to me, right? Do you have some question? What?
No.
No? You just wanted to switch the presenter.
Say goodbye. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good. So I can finish, I can stop my Zoom, right? Thank you very much. These are the listeners. I can see you now. Okay, cool. All right. Thank you, guys. That's kind of strange setting, but anyway, thank you very much. Hope to see you live next year. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, and I will give it also to Jeremy.
Yeah.
All right, can you send a Zoom link to Jeremy?
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't know why it does that. Sorry? Keynote, yeah. Keynote, yeah. I should do that. I'm just going to my sound settings.
That's perfect. Thank you. I'm trying to find the. Rob, remind me where I can find the. Wait a minute. I want to find the bit which allows me to share my sound online. Is that keynote?
When you do, no, that's not keynote.
I thought so, but where is it coming?
When you hit share screen, you hit share screen off.
Yeah.
And then the little checkbox at the bottom left corner.
Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah. I can't do it now, obviously, because otherwise I knock him out. What?
Not until you can share.
That's right, yeah. Well, then I just go to my presentation, click it to start, and it should be good. Yeah. Oh, tell you what I need to do. Where can we put our coats to get them out of the way? Yeah, behind the comment. Is that your music? What problem? No, I don't think it's one he can solve, which is I don't have any power. No. Yeah, we're good, yeah. I didn't try those. Yeah.
Yes.
We're good, yeah. Thank you. Get your knees, crank up your knees. I can say it.
63. Just a young buck, right? Yeah, strip. And problem was the years of playing hockey.
My son-in-law, he's an ex-rugby player.
Yeah.
He was in the rugby. And Andrew's a plumber.
who spent his first years plumbing on his knees without wearing guards.
I did the same thing. I used to do wood floors for a hobby.
Yeah, and you really need to
Didn't wear anything.
Yeah, you really need to wear proper guards. So what are they going to do about it?
Nothing. I've already had surgeries. There's nothing more they can do. So where's the stairs? I'm okay if I'm on a flat surface, but stairs kill me. All right. Leave this running.
No, I can't.
All right, then you come on.
That's better. Yeah. Okay, everybody, welcome to the IH Toruń Teacher Training Day. My name's Glenn Stanish, and greetings from High School Number 1 here in Toruń. I hope you can hear me. We're just going to get underway in about 10 minutes' time with today's plenaries. The first one is going to be Catherine Stannett, and then it will be Jeremy Palmer. Okay, so see you soon. Bye-bye. Hi, Catherine, we can see you. Greetings from the plenary. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you, Glenn. Can you hear me?
We're not getting her. We're not getting her.
Hi, Glenn. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me, Catherine?
I can hear you.
But it's not coming.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Just a second. Okay, we can't hear you. That's the problem. And that's the most important thing. We need to hear you.
Right. I don't know why that is.
Oh, but we can't hear Catherine. Where's the sound going?
Nowhere to be found.
Catherine, can you just check your microphones just to make sure it's at your end or not at our end?
Yep, you definitely can't hear me.
So we can't hear you at all. Yeah. I'll just play the music again. Yeah.
Okay. So that's where you're hearing it from, is the projector.
Is that any better?
We need him.
Yeah.
Okay. Hang on. Okay. Can you hear me, Glenn? Still can't hear me? No luck?
Oh, worry, Catherine, we're just going to try and sort
I
something out.
can't hear you at all, Glenn. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear what I'm saying? Hello, can you hear me?
Now do the up arrow. The up arrow next to music. And select the speaker real quick. Same, press the same as system. Okay, now go back and play the music.
This one, Glenn? No, where's it gone? No, minimize it. Minimize it. Where is it? Here? No, there's that video there. That's down.
Is the volume all the way up on that? Now it's not even coming out of the
Thanks.
Do domu chcę już po prostu powoli.
Okay, now go back to Zoom.
Okay, take a seat. Now,
It's playing it, but it's noisy. All right, watch the volume for a second, Robert. I'm going to change speakers.
That's better. That's better.
That's horrible. That's noise. Microphone to get the roots in. Check your station back for this. Sounds good. I don't know what the hell he. I don't know. Can Catherine hear you? Catherine, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Just give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You hear her?
Yeah. Yeah. Catherine, say something.
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear her.
All right. We'll stop the music. It's just not loud enough. I hear a noise.
It's coming from projector. It's not plugged in.
I know, that's the thing. He's got this thing here, but who knows where he put the control for it. Hi, Catherine. Hang on a sec. See if that's noise.
Yeah. The microphone's not working now. Why is the microphone not working? Right. And the microphone stopped.
Don't turn those blue ones on. That's causes feedback.
You left us two wireless microphones.
Yeah, they're over there. But we don't want wireless.
You know what word?
It's just looking like this.
Yeah.
Play something, yeah?
No, that's causing feedback though.
No.
Is the guy coming back?
Yes.
Microphone.
Yeah, it was working. It's not now.
Yes.
No.
Pan sprawdzi, by był ten głos. So, Glenn, you're playing something, yeah?
Yeah, I will be. Just a second, Robert. But it's not.
Glenn, it's working, but it's volume.
Okay.
Można podgłosić.
Just talk amongst yourselves, guys. Yeah.
That's amazing. How did you take that stuff?
This is the best presentation you've ever been to. It's got 500 inside the screen lifetime. This is what we call a reflective teaching.
Okay, what's the new one then?
Catherine, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Catherine, can you hear me? Yeah, thanks. We're getting there, Catherine. Apologies.
What'd you say, Rob?
Would you like to pose with us in that?
Yes, I'd love to. Yes.
It's okay. Pardon? It's okay. But no, now you have to try to. Don't need that camera. Teraz jej nie potrzebujemy. Włączamy ją. Pull the camera out. I can't because I don't have video here. You're still on the screen with this number. Żeby się przełączyć. Możemy, nie? No. Catherine, can you hear me? Catherine, can you hear me? Catherine, can you say something, please?
Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Not very loud. Say something again.
Hello, hello, hello.
Not very well. Say something again.
Hello, hello, hello.
I think so. Oh, maybe.
That sounds better.
Yeah. Jeremy's computer's problem. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Okay, Catherine, can you say something?
Hello, hello, hello.
Okay, that's better. We just had a bit of feedback, that's the problem. It's not your end.
Right.
We'll get there in the end. And now microphone. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing. Okay.
Yeah. What about the others?
We just wait. Can we hear Catherine?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Hey.
Hey, we're getting there.
How long is the paper?
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I do apologise for the delay. Technical problems don't work with technology if you don't have to, which of course everybody does have to now anyway. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the formal part of today's Toruń Teacher Training Day. We will shortly be having not one, but 2 plenaries. Big round of applause, yay! The first plenary has been kindly sponsored by National Geographic Learning, and we also welcome all the many teachers who sadly can't make the event in person and are hopefully still watching us live online via YouTube. There will be a short 2-minute break. It was going to be 10 minutes, but we're going to make it 2 minutes break between the plenaries. And then at the end of the day, there's going to be an exciting prize draw. Yay! Where face-to-face participants, not the ones online, can win a range of amazing prizes, such as delicious meals for 2 at a local Toruń restaurant, a Toruń Monopoly board game, a game at a local escape room, and a 750 milliliter bottle of vodka to drink tonight. I think you will need one. You will need a bottle of vodka by the end of today. So if you haven't already submitted your answers into the prize draw box, please do so ASAP. Face-to-face participants will also get your attendance certificates at the end of the day from the lovely ladies waiting outside. Lovely ladies, can you wave your hands? Beatrice, that's you. Beatrice, just wave. Thank you. Okay. Get your certificates from Beatrice and Francesca at the end of tonight. Don't forget, tonight from 7:30, there's going to be an after party at Brando's Music in the Old Town. It promises to be great fun, and hopefully Jeremy is going to be singing live. Jeremy, is that correct? Yes. Yay! So let's begin our plenaries. The first presenter really wanted to come in person, but unfortunately she was not permitted due to COVID. Oh. So by the magic of Zoom, she'll be joining us live from the UK. Catherine Stannett is an author with over 20 years of experience. She's also the co-author of several successful secondary series and has also written articles, songs, and even raps for many popular EFL magazines. Most recently, she has written 2 levels of the new National Geographic middle school series Impact, which we use at our school, and 1 level of the new National Geographic primary series Look. She has given presentations and run workshops in many countries around the world, including Poland, Kazakhstan, Portugal, Brazil, Spain, and Slovenia. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause. I give you Catherine Stannett.
Thank you, Glenn. Let me just double check now that everyone can hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah? Yes, excellent. All right, Glenn, I'm going to need to know what time you want me to stop. Because I'm due to stop in about 12 minutes.
I can stop you in about half an hour.
Half an hour. I've got half an hour. Right.
Half an hour, maybe even longer, 40 minutes. We're fine. We can be longer now.
Okay. Well, I know what it's like. You know, if you've sat in a conference all day, you hate it when people overrun. So I won't do that.
Anyway, I think we've been having fun in the audience. You can't see the audience. We haven't got the camera on them, but there's 50 people in front of me, and they're all eager to hear from you. And they seem okay. Are you okay? Yeah.
Yeah. So lovely. Thank you, Glenn. And Glenn, can I ask you, because I will be asking the audience things and I might not be able to hear what they say. So will you be my go-between? And brilliant. Okay, that's excellent. So I'm going to share my screen now. Let me just make sure, as usual, that I share the right one. It's that one, I think. And I'll do that. And then you can tell me if you can see the screen appearing. Can you see that?
It's just loading. Yes, we can see it. Yes.
Excellent. Okay. And I have now lost it. There we are. Good. All right. So my talk is all about motivating teenage learners in the classroom. And we all know that it can be very challenging for teenagers. It's a difficult time for them. They're changing, they're developing, they're growing in independence. and quite often they can bring their problems into the classroom. So I think our job as teachers is to try and make the classroom somewhere really motivating and exciting for them, where they feel they're moving on with their lives. And I'm a big believer in emphasizing positivity wherever possible.
It's there. She's spotlighting.
Are you okay, Glenn?
Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Okay. Yeah. Right. My talk is divided into 4 sections. I'm not sure if I'll get through all of them, but I'm going to do my best. It's very practical, it's not theoretical, and the very first one, or the very first part of the talk, is called Make a Bold Beginning. So how can we make a bold beginning in the classroom? We want to grab students' attention, we want to make them curious. It's always a good idea to make them laugh, and it also works well if we can set them a challenge. So I'm going to start with a little anecdote, and it's about when my teenage daughters, when my older daughter was 17, she said for her 17th birthday party, she's very into classical music, she wanted to go and see Marriage of Figaro, which is not common for a 17-year-old girl to want to go and see an opera, but she did, and it was very expensive. So we said, okay, well, all right, we'll save up, we'll get these opera tickets. But unsurprisingly, her 14-year-old sister was not quite so keen. In fact, she had a little bit of an attitude going into that opera house and was not at all excited about going to see it. But the amazing thing about Mozart is, even if he was, I think he wrote this 235 years ago, here's a guy who knows how to grab attention. And I'm just going to show you how he managed that. I hope I am anyway. Here we go. Okay, I'm going to stop it there because we're short of time. But for me, that is a fabulous example of, oh, it's starting again. Let's just move on. It's a fabulous example of how you can grab someone's attention, even if they've come into a classroom or into an opera house with a real kind of, I'm not interested in this attitude. And we can do that too in the classroom. So one way that we can grab our students' attention is by using photographs that make people ask the question, what on earth is going on? Those of you who might already be using Impact will know that we've really tried to do that with Impact. But just generally, if you want to introduce a topic, using photographs to get students to think critically or guess the focus of the lesson or be creative is a great way of grabbing their attention. So if we look at this photo, there are all sorts of questions that we could ask. We could ask, where is he? Why is his dog on a skateboard? Can you see anything unusual, anything else unusual on the bike? How about you guys out there? Can anyone see anything else unusual on this man's bike? Can you see anything strange there that might grab your attention? Any ideas? No? Am I still here? Okay, I can't hear anything. So I'm going to assume that you can still hear me and I will just carry on talking. Right.
Jeremy suggested some forks or something you could see. Something like forks on its handlebar. I mean, for me, it's the dog on the skateboard is the strangest.
The dog on the skateboard. Can you see anything on the bike?
Anything on the bike?
Well, if you look carefully at the bike, you can actually see that he's also got an umbrella holder. That's what that white thing is with the black dots. So he's made an umbrella holder as well. And you could also, with this photograph, you could also ask what the man on the left is thinking. You can see there's a man on the left there holding a cup of coffee, staring into the camera. So you wonder what he's thinking. So it's just that kind of photograph that might provoke some questions and might make people wonder what's going on. So this, in fact, introduces a unit on creative problem solving. And you might even ask, what's the dog thinking? There he is balanced on his skateboard, but I wonder what he's thinking. Let's move to another photo and let's see if you can work out what's going on here. So this is a photo from level 4. And you can see lots of people waving things around. What are they waving around? Can you work out what it is they're holding?
The suggested plastic bags.
Plastic bags. Absolutely right. They're plastic bags. Now, where do you think they are? Where are these guys? There are some clues in the photo if you look carefully. What do you a football match, spot on. You can see a guy with his back to the camera with a red shirt that says 10. That's a bit of a giveaway. And you can see they're all wearing blue. So maybe football fans, perhaps looking carefully, might be able to guess which country these people are from.
Brazil?
No.
Brazil.
Not Brazil.
Japan?
Yes, very good. Japan. Yeah. And have you got any idea why they might be wearing, why they might be waving blue bags around?
Say that again, Beatrice. To clean the stadium after the football match.
That is exactly right. Yes. Well done. Very, very good. So this is a photo from the FIFA World Cup 2014, Japan versus Greece. And the Japanese fans became quite famous, and they did again in 2018, because they would always come armed with their blue rubbish bags. And when the football match finished, they would clear out the stadium, which is amazing. So it's, you know, I was saying that you like to focus on the positive. This is what I really like to do, to give students a really nice example of something positive, but also something a little bit interesting. So we have grabbed your attention. How else can we get teenage students interested right at the beginning of a lesson? We can make them curious. So I've got a little task for you. I want you to try and guess what the link is between these 4 things. So we can see there is a hand holding some chewing gum. There are some fish in a goldfish bowl. There's a nice big bottle of Heinz tomato ketchup, and there's a baby walker. What could the link possibly be between these 4 things? Any ideas?
Any ideas, anybody? They're looking quite perplexed.
Perplexed. All right, let me give you a clue. The chewing gum one is related to Singapore. What do you know about chewing gum in Singapore?
Chewing gum is banned in Singapore.
Chewing gum is banned in Singapore. So what do you think the link could be between these 4 things?
Things that are banned.
Exactly. Things that are banned. Very good. Where on earth would goldfish in a bowl be banned?
Goldfish land.
Goldfish land. Yes. Yes, could be goldfish land. It's actually Rome. So it's believed to be cruel. Well, it is in fact cruel to keep goldfish in a very small bowl. And so that is banned in Rome. Ketchup. Think of a country that's very proud of its cuisine, that believes it produces beautiful food. What countries can you think of? Italy? Where else?
France?
Yes. Yes, France. So in France, you cannot have, school canteens are not allowed to have bottles of ketchup. They have to have ketchup in little bowls. And that's so that people are careful about how much they help themselves to. They don't approve of having bottles of ketchup. It's banned. Where are baby walkers banned?
America?
Close. Glenn's very close with America. Head north.
Canada?
Yes. Very good. Yeah. And they are banned in Canada because they're believed to delay the natural development of babies' walking skills. So they are not allowed to have baby walkers in Canada. So this is just quite a nice way to get your students trying to think and trying to imagine what the link is. And you could use something like this either for an opener for a lesson about different cultures, or to introduce some modal verbs like can and can't and must and mustn't. It's just a way of getting your students curious. Let me give you another example. Now, this is taken from a text. So I've had a look ahead at a reading text, and then I've picked out one important fact from that, and I've turned that into a question to get you curious. So in Roman times, only emperors wore purple clothes. But why? Have you got any idea why only emperors could wear purple clothes? Any ideas? I'm not.
Busy chatting, lots of chatting.
Yeah.
Purple is a really expensive colour.
Oh, spot on. Well done, whoever that was. Very, very good. That's exactly right. So you can do that. You can get your students to suggest answers, and then you can say, right, let's go to the reading text. And here's the reading text. So 3,000 years ago, during the time of the Roman Empire, it was difficult to make purple dye. The dye came from sea snails, about 10,000 dead sea snails just got you 1 gram of purple dye, as well as a very bad smell. And that's why only the emperors could wear purple, because it was so expensive. Very good. You can also grab your students' attention by making them laugh. And I'm always on the hunt for fun videos that make me laugh and hopefully make my students laugh as well. And that's quite a nice way to start a lesson. So I'm going to play you a little video, and I'm going to try and stop it halfway through. It'll be interesting to see if this works, and then try and get you to guess what happens next. Okay, so let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, so we can see that the animal is an orangutan. I meant to stop it just before it said orang, but that's a bit of a giveaway. You've seen what happens. The guy is shaking a cup with a cherry in it. He then, or whatever it is in it, he then secretly takes the cherry out, but the orangutan can't see. And he's now about to reveal that the cherry is not in the cup. So what do you think the orangutan is going to do? Is it going to get angry? Is it going to be perplexed? Is it going to be laughing? What do you think? Glenn, what do your students think there? What do your teachers think? How do they think the orangutan is going to react?
He's going to clap his hands. Anything else? Grab it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Someone say laugh?
Laugh.
Shall we see? Let's see what the orangutan does. So the orangutan laughs, yeah. And you can use this for predictions, or you can just use it honestly to get your students engaged and interested. And obviously, if you're having a lesson about animals, or if you're doing a lesson about magic, or as I say, making predictions, is a great way to start. So my fourth idea, I'm moving as fast as I can, is setting a challenge. So you may be aware of that phrase challenge accepted, which became quite viral. Teenagers really love a challenge, and there are ways to build that into your classroom activities, particularly at the beginning. So you can use challenges to introduce topics. You can use challenges to review what you've done in the previous lesson, or diagnostically to find out how much students already know. So I'll give you just a few examples. It's really handy for this if you have one of those big sand timers and you are very clear about how much time students have got to get their challenge done. If you don't have a big sand timer, maybe you can have one that shows on a screen, or you give a countdown to add a sense of excitement. You can say things like, you've got just 1 minute to write 3 countable and 3 uncountable food items, write 4 animals beginning with the letter G, name 4 things in a town, find and name 3 orange things in this classroom, think of 4 words that rhyme with play, find 3 students who didn't watch TV last night. So it can be anything, but the idea is it's timed and you put the pressure on, so it really feels like a challenge to students. And it's a good way of waking them up if they're coming into the classroom feeling a bit rough or feeling a little bit disengaged. Okay, so those are all ways that we can make a bold beginning. How about getting creative? That's my second way of motivating teens. Why is creativity important? Because it motivates and engages students, and it's an incredibly important skill for life, increasingly so, as so many jobs are being done by machine, are being automated. One thing that cannot be taken over by machine is our own creativity. So you're really helping your students to develop those creative skills is a very positive thing to do. It encourages independence, and in fact, it gives them a sense of identity as well. And very often, when you set some creative tasks for your students, it gives you a bit of time off, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's always positive. Now, Glenn will have mentioned at the beginning that I'm very keen on raps and songs, and I have written a few myself. It's also nice to get students to write them, and I'm going to share with you a way to do that. Get them to make posters, videos, use their phones, take photos of themselves, record themselves, write their own quizzes, all sorts of ways you can get students to be creative. Don't ever accept I'm not a creative person as a reason for not doing a creative thing, because we are all creative. We think creatively, we solve problems every day. So let me give you an example of a rap. Now, this is a rap that I wrote for a primary course, actually. And when I was writing it, I was thinking, I really want students to be able to do their own version. And the key thing when you're thinking about songs and raps is to make sure that the bits that rhyme are not the bits that you ask students to write, because the rhyming stuff is tricky. It's really tricky. So when I was writing this, I was focusing on the rhymes to and you, which are very straightforward, and food and good, which isn't really a rhyme anyway, it's a bit of a cheat. But those bits are all the bits in white are the things they don't have to do. What you ask your students to do is to replace the words in yellow, so the food words, and then they can create their own rap. So I'm just going to show you how this rap goes. And all I've done to show you this is I've just found a royalty-free rap backing track, which I downloaded from YouTube. And there are tons of them there, and you're allowed to use them. So there's nothing illegal about this. And you can have a bit of fun creating a rap. So I'll show you how it goes. What do you want on your pizza? What's your favorite food? What do you want on your pizza? What tastes really good? I like cheese and tomatoes with a bit of onion too. Sometimes I have mushrooms. How about you? I like chicken and meatballs with salt and pepper too. Sometimes I have sausages. How about you? Okay, that's how it goes. And now we're going to write one together. So I'm going to ask you to suggest some words to put in here, and then we're going to have a go at doing it. All right. So Glenn, I'd like you to act as my go-between guy. Tell me some suggestions. I'm going to fill it in.
Moldy spaghetti.
Mum
spaghetti.
Mum spaghetti. I like mum spaghetti. And oh gosh, that's going to be difficult to scan, isn't it? Okay, let's just give it a go. Yeah, what else?
Popcorn. And popcorn.
Yeah, I like mum spaghetti and popcorn. Interesting. Okay.
What? Soda bread.
I'm going to put that head there because that's going to be easier to say. Soda bread. Can you give me some short words here? With da and da too. I want a 1 syllable and a 2 syllable word.
Bacon.
Bacon.
Yeah. Eggs.
Eggs. Oh, eggs and bacon. Okay, nice. A few more ideas here.
I like Sprite.
Sprite on a pizza. Okay. Sprite. Yeah. Pizza on pizza.
Pizza.
You want pizza on your pizza? Why not?
Gingerbread.
That's definitely going here, where it'll be easier to say. Right. 2 more short words. Vodka, of course.
We're in Poland. And 1 more.
Short word.
Avocado.
With avocado and vodka too. Okay. This is going to be interesting. Are we ready? Guys, if I were actually here standing in front of you with Glenn, I would make you do this. I'd make you suffer for all those long words, but very unfair. I'm going to have to try and do this without you because of the time lag.
Okay.
So, right, getting my teeth in. Here we go. What do you want on your pizza? What's your favorite food? What do you want on your pizza? What tastes really good? I like mum's spaghetti and popcorn with eggs and bacon too. Sometimes I had soda bread. How about you? I like Sprite and pizza with avocado and vodka too. Sometimes I had gingerbread. How about you? Yeah, you did it. Hey. All right, excellent. So that is just a fun way, and you can use songs that are already out there. The key thing is, if you're asking students to create their own things, to create their own ideas, don't expect them to write the rhymes, because that's really hard work. So also another creative idea is a project. I'm not going to go into too much detail because I'm very aware of time running out. So this is a project from Impact. It's a really nice way of getting students to be creative. They can plan and write an art presentation or make a presentation about colour and taste, but projects are a very nice way of getting students involved and creative. Oh, you can also get students to write their own quizzes. So this is a great way of using the student's book and really making it worth its money. So a student's book is a great resource because it's full of correct sentences that are very good examples of the grammar or the vocabulary that you're trying to teach. So when you've finished a topic, you can tell your students to go back through the student's book to pick out some sentences and to create their own quizzes. So for example, they can find 5 sentences, take out some of the words, make them into gap fills. They can choose some vocabulary that they've already done and draw pictures for them. They can split up sentences and get other people to match them. So these are all quizzes that they can create themselves. The last one is a nice way to go and revise some of the text they've the text they've read in their student's book. So tell them to go back, look at their favorite text, choose just one sentence, read it out to a partner and see if their partner can guess where it's from. So loads and loads of ways that you can use a student's book. And what I like about this is, as I said before, it gives you some time off. It's a subtle way of getting your students to do tons of revision without even realizing it, because they're looking back at the book, they're looking at good examples of sentences, they're writing those sentences out. All that is excellent revision work. And yet they're not thinking to themselves, I'm doing revision. They're thinking to themselves, I'm creating a quiz for my partner. So all of those are great creative ways of getting your students to review what they've already done. The third section of this talk is called Thinking Critically. We all know about critical thinking. It's one of those important 21st century skills. As we progress through the 21st century, I feel it's getting more and more important, really, as people increasingly rely on social media for their news and to get information. I think it's really important that we get our students to start asking questions all the time and making sure that they understand where information comes from. So why is critical thinking important? Because it makes students feel personally involved. So one of those things about critical thinking is making a connection between a piece of information and how it relates to yourself and your life or your culture. Of course, it develops those important problem-solving skills, it encourages reflection, and it makes learning meaningful. And how can we get our students to think critically? Well, asking them to make predictions based on evidence is a classic critical thinking exercise. Asking them for their personal responses to a text. Always ask them to give reasons for their answers. And of course, asking them to identify fact versus opinion. So if you remember when we looked at this picture, you were all using your critical thinking skills when you were trying to guess what it was about in lots of different ways. You were looking at the people, you were looking at, maybe you spotted a couple of flags, you were looking at the colors, you were using all sorts of critical thinking skills to get to the realization that these were Japanese football fans holding rubbish bags. Let me get you to use your critical thinking skills here. So this is something else you can do. If you've got a text, before you get students to read the text, you can pick out something like a couple of the photographs, maybe with the captions as there are here. You've got the title of the whole text. And then you might ask your students to try and guess what the topic of the text is, just based on the photos and the title. So would anyone like to try and guess what this might be about? You can see the two captions: an abandoned Olympic training pool in Athens, Greece. The Water Cube in Beijing, China, and Game Over. So what might the text be about? Can anyone guess?
Because I've actually done this in Impact.
Ah.
So I can't remember the life of me. Does anybody remember? No?
Even if you can't remember, what do you think?
After the Olympics.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Yep. So there's the text. And then they can read and check their, so that's just the first paragraph. You can read and check your ideas. And you can even use critical thinking skills when it comes to grammar. So this is a grammar page from Impact, and it's using quite an interesting text, which is all about color and how color is very effective in making us feel in certain different ways. So you do the grammar activity, which is choosing the or a, but it's specifically about how green can make you feel calm and relaxed, and it makes you think of nature and peace. And red, so some companies use the color red because it seems bright and fun and it attracts young people. So that's the grammar bit done, and they're choosing whether to use the or a, but then you move on to embed that information better by asking your students to use some of those critical thinking skills. So ask them to think about their favorite brands. Which colors do they use? What do those colors mean to you? And what you're doing is you're getting students to make that personal connection to the text, which is really important. And then they can go on to play a game where they take turns naming familiar brand name products and see if their partner can name the colors, and then think about why companies chose the color for each product. So, you know, a famous example is Facebook using blue because blue is supposed to be very trustworthy. And another example of critical thinking, though this is just, this is a unit that's looking at functional language, sorry, not a unit, a page that's looking at functional language, and the functional language is correcting information. So once students have covered the speaking practice, they then look at this question, which is applying their critical thinking skills to think about when it's important to correct information, when it's appropriate and when it's inappropriate to correct others. So again, it's just making that, giving it much more of a connection to the student, and that will help the student to remember that information and remember that language much better because it becomes something that's personally interesting. So we have talked about, oh, I've lost my cursor, there we are. We have talked about making a bold beginning, getting creative, thinking critically, and finally we want to end the lesson memorably. And we can end the lesson memorably by giving them something to look forward to, by reviewing the lesson, showing what they've achieved. That's really important, particularly in language learning where sometimes progress can seem terribly slow and it can be very frustrating for learners because they don't think they're getting anywhere. So it's really important to take the time to show students what they've achieved. And finally, thank your students. I'm a big believer in that because I think you get the respect that you show to other people. So I always thank my students, and sometimes they even amaze me by thanking me back, which is very lovely. But yeah, it's all about modeling the behavior that you hope to see. So how can we give students something to look forward to? Now, here's an idea that's one of my favorites. I call it expert sessions. I strongly believe that every student in a class has got something interesting to say. And unfortunately, you will often find in a class that it's the sort of the most confident ones, the 3 or 4 ones who are very self-confident, who tend to dominate the class and who feel that they're good at the language. And that's fine. But let's not forget about those other students, because even if a student is not particularly confident at speaking English, there will be something that they're an expert on. And so let's give them an opportunity to shine and show the others what they can do. And it could be anything. So here are some examples: why I support Real Madrid, how to play Fortnite, my favorite band, my favorite Netflix show, best hip hop dance moves, anything they like. There's nothing that's not valuable. There's nothing, unless it's completely inappropriate, there's nothing that you would say, no, I'm sorry, you can't talk about that. And the idea is that right at the beginning of term, you say to students, right, I don't care what it is, but I want you to prepare for me 2 minutes, a presentation on something that you consider to be your specialist subject. And at some point during this term, I will be asking you to talk about it. So they get that ready, prepared, And then that's something that they can look forward to. So then you say, right, okay, I've decided, Adam, in the next lesson, I want you to bring in your specialist subject and I want you to talk about it, almost like a show and tell. So it's something for them to look forward to. And it's an opportunity for those students who sometimes get overlooked to feel like they're contributing something as well. There are lots of fun ways of going over language. Noughts and crosses is a classic idea where you could make up a noughts and crosses grid like this and just include some of the things that you covered in the lesson and then get students to play it in pairs. And you can include, you'll see here that I've included some grammar and some facts as well, and some vocabulary. So it's a good way of just reviewing the lesson and having a bit of fun. Another way, and this is my last task for you, and it's a way of checking that you have been paying attention during this talk, is to play a game of Jeopardy. So Jeopardy, if you know it, is an American game show where they are given the answers, but they have to guess what the questions are. So these are my answers, and they all relate to things that we have been talking about in this presentation. So can you make the question? So you have to give me the question to which these are the answers. Who can give me the question for the first answer? Any suggestions?
How did you motivate your younger daughter to change her attitude?
Yes, that's very good. Yeah. Or what did you listen to when you went to the opera? Or yeah, what piece of music was very exciting to listen to? That's right. What about number 2, rubbish bags? What's the question?
What was used at football matches?
Yes, brilliant. Or what did the Japanese fans bring to football matches? Very good. How about number 3, in French school canteens? What's the question?
Where is ketchup banned?
Perfect. Very good. Where is ketchup in bottles banned? Yes, 10,000. Now this one I raced through, so I don't know if you can even remember that. Can anyone remember?
How many snail shells does it take to dye the purple whatever?
The purple whatever. Yeah, 10,000 grams. How many grams of sea snail shells do you need to crush to make purple? Last one.
Sorry?
Can you remember?
Beatrice? What do you feel when you look at
the color green? That's it. That's it. Very well remembered. Well done, everyone. You remembered very, very well. So I hope that that's been helpful for you. I hope that you've taken away some ideas that you can use in the classroom. We talked about 4 ways to motivate teens. We talked about making a bold beginning, getting creative, thinking critically, and ending the lesson memorably. Glenn, I haven't mentioned this to you, but I'm very happy to share this as a PDF if that's at all helpful for you.
Thank you very much. Yes,
I can send it to you later. Yeah. And the very last thing I have to do, of course, is to say thank you. Thank you for participating. I'm sorry, I feel like I absolutely raced through that, but I hope that it was helpful. And yeah, thank you very much for taking part.
Thank you. We have got time. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask Catherine? Hands up. There's a sea of silence. That's what happens when you say one. Well, thank you very much, Catherine. We really appreciate it. And I'm definitely going to be using some of your ideas with my 6K1 class next week. So thank you very much. Much appreciated. And don't worry, you weren't rushing. It's fine. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine. Thanks, everyone. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are now going to have a very short 2-minute break, and then we're going to hand over to Jeremy Harmer, who's going to be doing the final plenary. So just stay there, guys, wherever you are in the world, and we'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for the final plenary. And if you're watching from abroad, we hope you're going to be enjoying this wherever you are in the world. Okay, so everybody take your seats, please. Okay, gentlemen. Don't worry, it's fine. Okay, our final plenary session is entitled Should We Rethink Learning After Months on Screen, which is a very interesting and apt question, which we should indeed be asking ourselves. Our final speaker needs no introduction. Jeremy Harmer is indeed a living legend in the world of English language teaching. He's a writer of ELT books. These include methodology titles, course materials, and learner literature, often called graded readers. He's a frequent presenter, seminar leader, and teacher, both in the UK and more frequently around the world. This is Jeremy's first live face-to-face conference since COVID. So please, ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Jeremy Harmer.
Thank you very much, Glenn.
Yes.
Is that it? Right. I think we're good. Are we? You can hear me okay, right? I've just got rid of this microphone. Can people online hear me? Because I'm unmuted, so you should be able to hear me through my computer microphone. Can you see if you can get some feedback with the online people? But nobody's watching, so there we are. Let's be okay. Look, before I get going, those of you who've heard me already today here live know that I've got a rather bad throat, and I'm going to try not to cough my way through this, but if I have to turn away and cough a little bit, please forgive me. I want to start by thanking Glenn very much for inviting me here. I've never been to Toruń before. I've been to Poland many times and loved coming here, but I've never been to this particular city, and from the moment that I stood in the panorama and saw the view across the Vistula of the old city, it's a beautiful view. And Glenn was telling me, I understand, and some of you in the yellow shirts will be able to tell me this is true, that when you arrive here, that's the first thing he does. He takes you to the panorama and you have a look at the panorama. And I know why he does it, because if you haven't been to Toruń, it's a wonderful sight. And the old town is fabulous. Thank you very much to International House and to all the lovely teachers I've met today and worked with. But there's another group of people I want to say thank you to, and that's basically the ELT community. We've been through an incredible period that none of us could have foreseen these last 18, 20 months. And most teachers are a bit like one of my MA students. She was in Wisconsin teaching ESOL, that is teaching English in an adult education college to immigrants to the US. And I taught online, an online master's, but it wasn't synchronous like Zoom is. And I had a FaceTime conversation with her about a week after lockdown had started. And I just thought she was the most amazing woman I can think of. She was locked in her house with a 7-year-old son with learning difficulties. The father wasn't interested. The school for her son wasn't yet providing any backup and help. And she was trying to teach her students on Zoom, and she'd never used it before. So suddenly, from nothing, she was having to work out what the hell these things called breakout rooms were and how to make them work and things like that. And her sheer resilience and dedication and worrying about whether she could keep students motivated, I found that awe-inspiring. And she's just one story amongst a whole tribe of EL teachers. EFL teachers, or anyway, you know what I mean, who have. Catherine was talking about creativity. That was a wonderful talk, by the way, didn't you think? Very well structured, and you know, she made her points so elegantly and beautifully. I was terribly impressed. She talked about creativity, and the one thing that this period we lived through has demonstrated to me is how amazingly creative are the people who, for some reason, get drawn into the world of English language teaching. It's absolutely extraordinary. I've been completely blown away by some of the things that people have done. It's been a rough time, and I think it's worth. I mean, I had a huge thrill, as I'm having now, of actually talking to real people. Well, I mean, people are real when they're on Zoom, but they're not real, if you know what I mean. You have to think we are incredibly lucky, if you can be lucky in the middle of a global pandemic, that this happened last year and not 10 years earlier, because we were able to stay in touch with our grandchildren, with our brothers and sisters, our lovers, and all this kind of thing, and be with people. It's been wonderful. Anyway, but let's go back to something rather familiar. I said, let's go back to something rather familiar. I said, I'm sorry, I'm talking to my computer at this point, which is, thank you. So, I may have some negative things to say about this in a bit, and I can do that because this is a page from one of my books about methodology, and it's a classic presentation sequence. So the first thing students have to do, it's a way to try and engage, as Catherine would say, trying to get people sort of their curiosity, not their anyway, trying to get them to engage with the presentation of the present, simple with the third person singular, maybe the most boring thing that the world has ever had to invent, and really bizarrely, and I was talking to Anya about this earlier, if you miss off the S in real life, it doesn't make a heap of the difference, but that's another story for another time, another issue for another time. Anyway, but so here's a way of trying to get you to involve. So I want you to match the pictures with the following statements. She doesn't like dogs. That's picture silence. You can't see it. Holy cupcakes. Why can't you see that? Because I can. And this is, can you see it online? No, why not? Can you explain that, people? Let's try that. I can't hear you. I shared my screen. That's how you saw the opening page. Okay, there we are. You can see that. But now it's gone. What? This is what we do. This is called problem solving with technology. So let's see what we're going to do. That's really interesting. What have you done to me, Glenn? No, it is, but it shared perfectly well. Then I changed my slide, and I started talking, and you all went completely kind of blur. You can't decide it's a crap talk at this early stage. It takes a bit of time for it. But then I can't. Let's see if I can. But then I've lost my cursor because. Yes, I was wondering about that. Hold on. I can leave the meeting. I know, but my problem, Rob, is that I can't. My cursor won't get me to the stop share. I can do all the top. I'm going to go all along the top. You can probably see me going along the top.
Click this one.
I'd like to. That's what I'm trying to do, but.
Move it down. Hit escape.
I can't do it, see?
Can you hit escape?
Give mouse keyboard, no. If I press escape, nothing happens. Holy shit. Chat participants, stop video. Remote control, what's that mean? Why can't I do that? Can you think of anything? Look, my screen's really nice. You know what? The live people. I'm not going to share my screen. They'll have to see me. I'm going to do it. I'll just have to do it. You'll just have to believe me, okay? You'll just have to believe me because this. I can't. Can you please stop me sharing, Glenn? If you can see, you should be able to stop me sharing. Because you're the boss. Sorry, everybody. Okay, well, hold on. We got one more thing.
So you have it. If you see at the top, we're paused right now.
What?
So sharing is paused. So X out of this. Here, I got it.
This one? Mouse?
So we want to X out.
I'm trying to.
Yeah.
No, all it's doing is changing. All it's doing is changing my. All it's doing is changing my.
Yeah.
My slides. No, it's not going to work, is it? Well, I think I'm sharing. What do you think?
No, you are not sharing right now.
Okay, here we go again. So let's go to Zoom.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a demonstration of the beauty of.
So what happened?
No, let's try now.
You are good. What happened is you pressed the pause button up top there. So you should be good now.
Let's see. No, so see, it's happened again. I've gone onto another screen and it's not there. It's just.
Yep.
But why is it paused?
Where's the cursor?
See, that's my problem. I don't.
Yeah,
No. Okay. Can you stop? Wait a minute. Oh, look.
That's so weird.
Okay. Right. And now I can exit.
Just giving up.
So, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, listen. Sorry? I could do it like this, couldn't I? But do we want to do that? This is like a never-ending nightmare. I'll do that, and I'll do it page by page and see if that works, and see if that will cure the problem. Let's try that. Okay. You can see that it's not very big. But you see enough, but unfortunately, so what teachers do, as I said earlier when they were having trouble, is we have to improvise and do the best we can. So the best I can is to say that this is a typical example of a presentation sequence. And I say to students, she doesn't like dogs, which picture is that? And you can probably see the D there. Can you just see that D? And then I wonder if I can make this bigger in any way. No, I can't. And I can say she gets up early, and that's picture B. You can see her, the middle top picture. There she is. Or I can say she doesn't drive a car. So that's picture A, the top left one. Or I can say she rings doorbells. Bzz, that's picture C. And so on and so forth. And then when they've done all that, I can get them to repeat the sentences in chorus and individually like we do. And when we've done all that, and they've said, blah, 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 tell me about picture A, picture D was the one about dogs. Tell me about picture D. Somebody, she doesn't like dogs, and so on and so forth. And we can do all that. And then, of course, you know, the big exciting moment is, so what do you think her job is? Because she, one of the sentences was, she wears a uniform, she rings doorbells, she doesn't like dogs. What's her job? She's a postwoman, a post person, or whatever you want to call her. Of course she is. And that's a way of trying to make an ordinary presentation kind of sequence more engaging, not as exciting as all those little crushed sea snails, but you know, sort of, it's an attempt to be exciting. On the other hand, let me introduce you to Stephen Chu, who is the, as you can you probably can't read that, but he's the psychology professor of Samford University in the United States, not Stanford, Samford. And he, if you want to find this, somebody alerted to me to a little video on YouTube. I don't normally get my academic information, research information from little videos on YouTube, but I found this one compelling. And if you want to chase it up yourselves, you can go to something called How to Get the Most Out of Studying Part 2 of 5. So that's a sexy title. And in this lecture, which lasts for about 4.5 minutes, so it's, you know, none of us have a very long attention span online, but that's pretty okay. He's talking to a bunch of psychology undergrads. They've just arrived, and they're just to study psychology at Samford University, and he gives them a lecture about how people learn things. And he tells them about a really up-to-date experiment, which is called The Differential Effects of Incidental Tasks on the Organization of Recall of a List of Highly Associated Words. Repeat. Written by Hyde and Jenkins in the Journal of Experimental Psychology, 1969. 1969, so this isn't exactly, you know, it's not current very much. They did this little experiment. They gave their research subjects a list of words, just a collection of words. And they divided them into 4 groups. In the first group, they said, here's a list of words. Read them. That's all they said. That's group A. Group B, here's a list of words. It was the same list. I'm going to read them and I'm going to test you in X amount of time to see if you remember them. Group C, they said, here's a list of words. I want you to read the list of words and then find all the words which have the letter I in them. And the fourth group, Group D, they said, here's a list of words. I want you to read the list of words and decide which ones you like. Now, the thing that absolutely surprises me is that there was no difference between A and B. Tell people they're going to be tested, made no difference at all how many they remembered. In fact, none of them made any difference at all, except for one. And I bet you can guess what it was. Group D. Because what he says is, when you say, look at this list of words, tell me which ones you like, the processing you do for that is what he calls deep processing. Whereas when I say to you, tell me which words have the letter I in them, there's nothing deep about that. It's not profound at all. It's just kind of there. You know, I can do that. Easy to do that, you know. But looking at by the way, you know the reason I'm sitting down. I'm finding this very difficult. I never give talks like this sitting down. It's really, I want to get up. But it's because there may be people watching on Zoom. So what he's saying is that looking for the letters, the words with the letter I in them, that's really shallow. Nothing much going on. But the moment I say, which ones do you like? Hey presto, you're involving your heart and your mind. So an awful lot of the things that Catherine was doing in her talk were all about precisely that, deep processing. This guy, Stephen Koslin, is an emeritus psychology professor. And this is a book he published in 2021, which one of your speakers last year on your online conference, Scott Thornbury, a very good friend of mine, alerted me to. And this is something he does to this day with his students. He walks in, please forgive me for the coughing, I'll try and do it as little as I possibly can. He walks in on day one of the lecture, and he says, right, you're A, you're B, A, B, A, B. He just divides all his students into A's and B's. So the whole room, the lecture room, is now pairs of A and B. I think I'm going to turn my wife, I can't turn my Wi-Fi off, can I? I don't want emails coming in, so let's get rid of my emails, if you don't mind. I realise that that's not a good idea. Yes. Go away, emails, go away. I just told you to go away. Oh, this is not live. Oh, can't you? Good. Back to Zoom. But now, can you see my presentation? How can I find life very complicated sometimes. Where were we? Where's the? There we are. We're back to that. And then he just puts these words up on the screen. You've got frog, harp, rat, sheep, deer, brick, hug, bear, forge, hare, stone, ape, lamp, snail, chair, worm. And he says to he said, groups A, would you just identify for me which words are taller at the beginning than at the end? And he says, if you're B, would you just tell me which words are about something that's alive? And then without any warning, about 30 seconds later, he says, right, find out how many words you can remember. Tell each other how many words you can remember. And without exception, the B people remember more of these words than the A people. It just makes the same point. Deep processing works. Trying to decide if the words are alive forces you to process deeply, or maybe, as she would say, to think critically. Whereas just saying whether they... So frog obviously is a word which is taller at the beginning than at the end, because the F has a thingy, a serif or whatever it's called. Whereas chair doesn't, because the C of chair is the same height as the R at the end. But so what? Who cares? But it's much more important to try and care about whether they're alive or not. It's deep processing. So if that's the case, what about the post woman? Is that deep processing? Well, a little bit. It's not very deep, is it? In other words, what's been preoccupying me for decades now, I mean, we all do what we do. We try to be energetic and interesting. We try and sort of almost embrace our students. I don't take that seriously. We try to sort of bring them in. We try to bring them in with all sorts of shenanigans. Glenn was doing mime, I was doing music. There are all sorts of things we can do. She was doing things like kind of surprise beginnings or curiosity. That's what we try and do. We try and engage students. But this kind of thing, is that really enough? Now, what that fellow says at Stanford University is that if students are processing deeply, they'll learn even if they don't want to. Now, is that claim borne out by research? Not so sure. So that's the first strand of my talk. But what about the classroom? Well, this is a picture which I think you can see. That's me. I guess a bit of a younger version of me, and you can't really see it very clearly, but I'm standing in the middle of a group of students, about 60 in all in the class, in Beijing, in China. They were sitting all tightly together at tables of 4, with the teacher at the front on a raised dais, very unlike an international house classroom. They were immaculately well behaved, I have to say. Now, you've got to be very careful translating an experience in one culture, educational culture, to another educational culture. There's all sorts of differences. Or even from one school to another, because clearly these kids were very well sorted, you know. But it was probably the best lesson I've ever watched in my life. She was working from a course book. I can't remember what the language point is, but the task they were doing while I was watching them was to plan a class party. And each group of 4 was planning a class party, and then they all told the class party and they had to vote on whose was the best. Doesn't sound that interesting to me, but their teacher knew what she was doing. She'd got a good task. It had a beginning, a middle, and an end, and a vote, and she'd chosen something that interested them, so the content and the task were good, and the activity, you've got 4 minutes, you've got 5 minutes to plan a party, was spot on. Now, it may be because the students are naturally cooperative, or whatever, but it was just a really good class. And that's what we all did, until this happened. Now, this isn't a Zoom of a class, that's a Zoom of a folk music Zoom that I've been running since March the 20th, twice a week, and we have singers in from the United States, from all over the United Kingdom, from Spain, from Switzerland, from wherever. It's been absolutely wonderful. And why has it been wonderful? Well, because when lockdown started, we all went desperate. The whole point of music is to share music. Music comes alive. Listening to the Magic Flute just now was fantastic, but actually seeing an orchestra play that music comes alive when there's an audience like this there, because they change the music, they make the music live. The players do as well, but without an audience, it's just players playing. So we were all desperate about lockdown. I don't want to make light of it. Everyone was desperate about lockdown because they worried about their mummies and their grannies and their kids and the whole damn thing, and their countries. And their jobs, and I was talking to somebody. I was talking. Who was it? Where's she gone? About sort of doing a CELTA, and then suddenly there was lockdown and nothing, and having to just sit there and wait until something happened because she hadn't actually started teaching yet. I mean, we had a dreadful time, but this was like balm. It was like medicine. Because you got a bunch of folk musicians who aren't necessarily the most technologically competent people in the world, sort of working out how to use Zoom, joyful that they could actually make contact despite the fact that all the folk clubs were closed and the live music venues were closed, helping each other to make Zoom work, because Zoom has certain music settings, you have audio settings, and if you use the wrong one and you're trying to play the guitar and sing, it sounds like you're scratching tin, but if you get the settings right, and so on and so forth. And everyone, this community built up, a supportive community, and it reminded me of that Chinese teacher, because what you had with the Chinese teacher was a wonderful community. The students and the teacher were in harmony. Now, the students might have gone out of the classroom saying, I hate my teacher, I hate my teacher. But what you saw was a learning community just at the top of its game, together, making this thing happen. And what happened on our folk Zoom is the community grew into a community of musicians who respect each other, who helped each other, who gave each other advice. What am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about, and the thing that made the Chinese class so impressive is that even with 65 classes, 65 students, that's the word, thank you. Even with 65 students, the class was incredibly well managed. They just knew what they were doing, when to do it, where they were going, and when the end was. Classroom management is the key to almost everything, whether you're teaching 12 students, 5 students, or 65. And there's a man called George Petty who writes about teaching secondary kids in Britain. And he says most discipline problems happen before the teacher gets to the classroom, because the teacher hasn't worked out exactly what they're going to do to achieve the result they want to achieve. What else really made for success both in China and online? Well, the activity really matters. The kind of activity you choose. And online, that suddenly was put right into our faces all over again. Because the things you can do face to face aren't the things you can automatically do on Zoom. You have to find other activities. Some activities you can replicate. Yes, you can use breakout rooms for discussion. Yes, you can breakout rooms for this, that, and the other. But a whole lot of stuff we normally do, open your books at page 26, didn't work for some people. Most of the so activity, what I found inspiring was the way some teachers repurposed the kind of activities they did with students to work better online than they worked than they worked sometimes even face to face. The activity really mattered, and above and beyond that, here was the really big one: content. The postwoman is a perfectly decent exercise if you're a good teacher. Doing that present simple lesson, you'll teach your present simple lesson, it will go very well, and the students will be happy and there will be smiles in the room. But the content on Zoom, I keep saying Zoom, it could be what's it called? What's the Microsoft Teams? It could be blah blah blah, whatever. But the content suddenly mattered more than anything, because the big deal is, how do you draw students in? Now, people who believe in CLIL, content and language integrated learning, they will say that if the content is good enough, the learning happens anyway. And I think that refers us back to deep processing. A mixture of activity and content means you can have deep processing. Oh, wait a minute, let's add something else. The task. Fill in the blanks. Online? Well, maybe. What we learnt online is that the task had to be a good online task. The content had to be appropriate for people sitting at home going, the activity had to be the kind of activity that worked online. So, I think, Glenn, you were telling me about this yesterday, but I know other teachers, who was telling me yesterday about getting, oh yes, it was you, interviewing Jones, what's her name? Catherine Gunn. And Catherine Gunn, for those of you who don't know, was a young woman who worked for GCHQ, the spies place in Britain. And she was a whistleblower. And she got taken to court for betraying the country, and she won her case, amazingly enough, or she won it on appeal or something, I can't remember. But they've made a film about her with Keira Knightley, who plays her. It's a very good little film, by the way. It's a small film, but for various reasons, Glenn happens to know her, and he got her to come on Zoom to be interviewed by his C1 students. What an absolute miracle, what a treat. That's real content, a real activity, real interest. And if he if he managed it well, and I'm sure he did, then it will have been structured and productive and interesting. and his students would have to be, I mean, with lots of prep, of course, with sort of getting them all fired up about it and telling them who she was and making sure they were there. Wow. So much easier to do than buying her a ticket to fly to Bydgoszcz and coming over here. And then, and I have another friend who, anyway, you can do things on Zoom that you couldn't even, much more difficult face to face. Let's have a look at something else. But the really big thing for my folk playing people and for the Chinese class and for so many on Zoom is the community. Building a community. Building a community of the students and the teacher. We're all in this together. Yeah, I speak English better than you do, but I'm also a Zoom user trying to make it work. And we've got to make this work. We've got to be together. We've got to cuddle each other, if you like, in the most unthreatening way. I would add a real point about welfare, that I'm sure you felt this. We got very worried about teacher welfare at the beginning of the Zoom teaching. You sit in front of your screen from 9 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. Not enough breaks, just sitting there. My God, was that hard work or not? It was stressful. I know a lot of teachers who really kind of burnt up with that. A face-to-face classroom, you walk in, you walk out, you stand up, you sit down, you talk to teachers in the staff room, you do all. But the welfare of the students as well, and so on and so forth. And then lastly, wait a minute, the last thing is the technical skill that you know your grammatical patterns. You were talking, Mr. Walker there was talking about different ways of looking at grammar earlier today. Yeah, our technical skill has to be knowing how the language works. We need to know stuff about correction and stuff like that. We need to know all these things. But in a sense, that's the least of all of our worries, if you like. Because in the land of Zoom, it's things like getting the activity and the content and the task and the community right. And those are the first things you have to get right. So I wonder whether on teacher training courses in the future, we need to put those at the top of the agenda and make the technical skill part of it, if you like, a lesser, not an unimportant part, but they're just our technical skill, but actually it's our human skill as educators that really matters, it seems to me. And yeah, so that's, oh my word, how are we doing? So that's a huge chunk of my talk. And when I say rethinking learning, I've got two strands. One is having to teach online has made us rethink a lot of things. Somebody said to me, I did a talk in Mexico on Thursday, and I asked them the effect of online teaching had been for them, and quite a few people said it's made us think about teaching again for the first time for some time. It's made us really think again. It's made us really try and find different ways of doing things we've been doing for years. Well, that's a bonus, that's a plus. And so that's the first strand of my talk. Would you like me to tell you, can I tell you a story? Yeah. Tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was an old man, and he lived with his son in a small village, in a little hut. And they in the middle of nowhere. And he had the old man and his son, and they had a horse. And the horse was getting pretty old. The horse had belonged to the old man's father, so it was getting near the time when it wouldn't be able to sort of help anymore, and it had to help because every morning early, the old man and his son would go out to the fields and do whatever you do in the fields and pick their carrots and their corn and sow their corn and all this kind of thing. And the horse was absolutely vital to this endeavor, because they wouldn't have been able to do it otherwise. And of course, it was this sort of basic agriculture which kept them alive and fed them. So, and then after they'd done their work in the fields, the boy would go to school. So on this particular morning I want to tell you about, they went out, the three of them, the boy and his son and the horse, they went out, they did their work in the fields, they loaded the horse up with blah, 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 and they went back to the hut to have breakfast. And the old man said to his son, tie the horse up to the tree and then come and have breakfast. So the boy tied the horse up to the tree, they went and had breakfast. And then the boy put all his school books into his satchel, his mochila, I don't know what you call it, rucksack or something like that. And he put it on his back, and he walked out of the hut to go to school. And he thought, oh, isn't life perfect? My dad's happy. We did all our work this morning. I'm going to school. I love school. The horse is tied up to the tree, and the horse isn't tied up to the tree. Where's the horse? Oh my God, where's the horse? Dad, come quickly, the horse is gone. So his father came running out of the hut, and they went off to look for the horse. And they looked in the fields, they looked in the forest, they looked everywhere, and they couldn't find the horse anywhere. This was terrible. I mean, this is really terrible, because you remember, they depended on their horse for everything. You know, what were they going to do? Holy stuff. And what are we going to do, you know? And then, of course, the villagers got to hear that they'd lost the horse. And so all the villagers came to the hut. And oh, by the way, how did they know? Well, the little boy... Apologies if you're watching online. Apologies to you in the hall. The little boy walked through the village on his way to school, and normally he was a cheerful little boy, smiling and everything else like that, but on this particular day he was miserable and said, what's the matter, what's the matter? And he told them about the horse. So all the villagers came to the hut and they said, oh my word, what a tragedy, you poor man. You've lost the horse on which you depended for everything. What are you going to do? Oh, we're so sorry for you. Oh my word. And the old man listened to them for a bit. And then he said, yeah, well, it is true. We have lost the horse on which we depended for everything. But we do not yet know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. It might be a bad thing. It might be a good thing. Who knows? And the villagers said, what? What's he talking about? He's crazy. And they went off back to their huts saying, funny old man. Well, a few days later, the old horse came back. But he didn't just come back, he brought with him 3 young colts, 3 young wild horses. He brought them back. And oh, that's wonderful. Now he's got 3 wild horses, young horses, to take over from the old horse. Amazing, how amazing. And the villagers got to hear about this, and they came rushing up to that. They said, oh, we're so happy now. We're so happy you got these 3 new horses. Wow, that's absolutely fantastic. And the old man looked at them and he said, it is true that I have 3 new horses. And that is extraordinary. But we do not yet know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. Who knows? And the villagers went back to their hut saying, what the? You know, he's lost it, he's loopy. And later on, the boy decided to train one of the colts. And he was a really cool boy. He was brave, he was skillful, he was everything else like that. So he put a rope around the horse's neck, he leapt onto the horse, and off they went. And the horse bucked and pawed the ground, and it turned, it went this way and it went that way. And the boy held on. No fear, he held on, absolutely held on. He held on to the rope, and the horse neighed or whatever. I can't do horse imitations, can you? I don't know. But he did all that. until suddenly he went, and the boy went sailing into the air, and he landed down on the ground, whack. And he screamed, and his dad looked out of the hut. Oh my word! And he came running over, and so as far as he could run, he was an old man, and he looked down at his son, and his son's leg was broken in 3 more places than it should be broken. That's if it's broken at all. Oh my word! What was he going to do? The poor boy. And now, of course, he couldn't help his father to work on the land. What was he going to do? And guess what? The villagers got to hear about all this. And they came along and they said, oh, you poor old man. They still had, they still wanted to be part of this narrative. They want to be part of this story. You poor old man, your son has broken his leg. What are you going to do? This is awful. You need him to help you with the work. And the old man, of course, he looked at them and he nodded, and then he looked at them and he said, well, it is true. It's true. My son has broken his leg, and I'm very sorry for him because it hurts and things like that. But we do not yet know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. It might be a good thing. It might be a bad thing. Who knows? Well, this was the break point for the villagers. They went home. We're not going to that old man's hut anymore. He's completely bonkers. I mean, what's he talking about? Does he have no understanding of life or anything else like that? About 2 weeks later, the country went to war. War on the borders. And the army came and they took away all the men in the village, young men in the village, to join the army. And the only young man in the village they didn't take was the old man's son, because his leg was broken in 3 places and he wouldn't be any use. But war is war. And, well, all of those young men were killed in the fighting. And when the boy's leg was healed, he and the old man did their best to help the other villagers deal with their grief and also to help them with their tasks. And one day, all the villagers came back to the hut and they said, we've come to apologize for doubting you, because what we've learned from you is you should never judge things straight away, because you never quite know how things are going to turn out. And we want you, even in the midst of our suffering, we want to say thank you for teaching us this vital lesson. And that is the story of the wise old man. And we know it's an important story because it's been told now for hundreds of years in different guises all over the world. And that is the end of the story. Now, the sad part about that is I was going to start the story and then Amy was going to go on telling you the story. I don't think I can make it work. It was going to be a lovely trick. I like playing tricks. I'm very, very pissed off. Sorry, I'm very unhappy that I was not able to do that. Why have I just told you an old folk tale? Well, because it's probably the most interesting thing I've said today. Stories are absolutely riveting. They do everything that Catherine was talking about in her session. A good story told by a storyteller is almost impossible to resist. It's a community activity. Everyone's listening. Just as I said with music, the audience matters. You can't have a story without an audience. If I wasn't stuck to this stupid table, I'm sorry, table, you're very nice. You're not stupid at all. I mean, where you are. Okay, floor, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Sorry. Anyway, but what I'd have done is done proper storytelling, which is, there's a thing that storytellers do. For example, I'd say, when I say crick, you say crack, okay? Crick, 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 crick. So the whole point about storytelling, crick, and it's just, that's from Santa Lucia, actually, in the West Indies, that particular technique. But storytellers have all sorts of ways of keeping people on board. keeping them part of the community. And storytelling is the most magnificent way. We've had mime, we've had music, we've had crushed sea snails, we've had men cycling along with dogs on a skateboard or whatever. All of these are an attempt to make sure you're here. You're not just in the room, you're actually present in the room. All of them are an attempt to sort of kickstart deep processing. And storytelling is all about deep processing, because even with that story, which is some of you may know versions of that story from all sorts of folk tales, but it's impossible not to listen, because you know the end is coming and you want to know how it resolves. Well, this story and Amy come from a book that I wrote with a good friend and colleague of mine, who some of you may know, called Herbert Puchter, who's over there in Austria. And we wrote a book called Story-Based Language Teaching. What concerned us was to try and offer something that wasn't just 6 sentences of the present simple. Nothing wrong with that. Good teachers teach that beautifully, but we wanted a bit more, and storytelling offered us a way into that. Because stories are so much part of our lives. That's one of the main things we use. We use language to love people, to hate people, to make connection, to break connection, to screw up Europe if we want to leave Europe. And the stupidest thing that's happened in my country in my lifetime, but obviously I don't feel strongly about it, but language is for all of those things. But one of the things we do all the time is tell stories. Whether you say you get to International House and the house things, you know what happened on Sunday? We tell stories all the time. We tell stories. Our culture tells stories. We have cultural stories, which I learned today. I learned from you today a whole thing I'd never seen before. This thing about I don't believe you. And that's a cultural thing, because it meant nothing to me when you first did it until you explained it. But stories are a way of doing that. There are Polish stories which and maybe stories from this part of Poland which are different from stories from other part of Poland, and which you could tell, but I wouldn't really understand the significance of them because they're so culturally bound. All that kind of stuff. Stories tell us who we are. Stories also tell us who the storyteller is. And storytelling is one of the great acts of communication that happens. So we should be using it as often as possible in language. And of course, if you're teaching kids, you use stories all the time, because kids can latch on to stories. Well, so can adults, actually. And an awful lot of the texts that we saw up there were about stories. The question then is, what do we do? Because for those of you who've listened to me already today, and I'm not going to go on for too much longer because it's been a long day, and as I said to one or two of you this morning, I discovered last night a great cure for having a bad throat, and it's particular to Toruń. It's called gingerbread vodka. And I can feel a need for some medicine. It's all you're doing, isn't it? Yeah, it's good. And I discovered. Are you telling me to shut up or just agreeing with me about the vodka? Yeah, gingerbread vodka. As I said to a group of people this morning, I want to emphasize that it wasn't a ridiculous amount, because that would be unseemly. But it had a very good effect on my throat. It made me terribly interesting as well. Well, I thought it made me very terribly interesting. I'm not sure what anyone else thinks. Anyway, so I don't want to go on too long because I can feel a need for more medicine. But there are things we can do with that story. Now, myself and Herbert decided to split up what we did into 2 camps, 2 categories. One we called branches. What happens to trees? You plant a seed, the tree begins to grow, and then the branches spread out and grow. So there are some students, and you know these students, and we love them to pieces and kind of hate them a little bit as well, who don't need much care in their learning. If you seed them right, they will learn. Do you know what I mean? There are some students who do, who kind of soak it up. How can you make them do that? Well, as Catherine said, prediction is a great thing. I could have stopped the story after the first little episode. After the second episode, what's going to happen? What do you think the man's going to say? How do you think the story is going to finish? I could have shown you some pictures and said, what's this story all about? Prediction is a way of bringing you into the language, making you listen to the language, of making the seeding and the branching better and better. The next one is what we call reconstruction, recast. You all do this anyway, I suspect, but it's telling the story back. But just telling the story back isn't that interesting. So we have to find ways of telling the story back in a more interesting way. We could tell the story back from the point of view of the old man, or one of the villagers, or the boy, or the horse, if you want. Horse would have a whole different take on it, I suppose. But every time you retell the story, or a journalist retelling the story, or someone else who's heard the story retelling the story, and every time you retell it, you're bringing back the content and everything like that, and bringing back some of the language. And some of the students, and we know this, we've all, well, if you've been teaching for more than a year or two, and as you look at me, you can probably guess that is the case in my situation. You have come across students like that who are able to soak it up and reproduce it in a sense. We could set up interviews or press conferences with characters in the story. I love the idea of a press conference. In the class, you get the old man and the son at the front, and maybe a villager. And then you bring along everyone else in the class is the press. And they ask questions, and they then have to write a report, and so on and so forth. You could get students to tell their own versions of something that they thought was bad when it happened, but it turned out to be a good thing, a kind of silver lining to the cloud story, to use a British English idiom. You can get students to plan. One of the things they do, which is quite complicated, this in the US, is one of the, and I suppose it depends on the state and what your teacher's like, and I'm about to tread on really difficult ground here, but slavery is something that is, I was going to say taught. I'll start again. The historical fact of slavery is taught in schools. And one of the things they do is to, a lot of curriculums, they get kids to write a sample of an autobiography of what it must have been like to be a slave, to give them some understanding of what the hell is going on. Because if you're a privileged white kid living in, behind the white picket fence, you probably don't get it. So when you learn about what's been going on, to write an autobiography, and that's a powerful way of retelling a story and making it your own, and so on and so forth. So too with the old man's story, a bit from the old man's autobiography. The son could write his memoirs years later. I don't think the horse would be so good, because they're not often very good at writing. Though my granddaughter watches a cartoon of My Little Bloody Pony. Have you ever seen it? She watches, some kids' programs are so good. My Little Pony. But Freya loves it, so what can I say? But in My Little Pony, horses just seem to be able to hold things without actually holding them. It's very clever. They just their legs sort of end with a flat bit, and then suddenly it's got a pencil in it. You go, what? At any rate, sorry, I'm getting off into one of my. Anyway, so autobiography will work, and of course, you can follow up this with research about the topic, research about the use of horses in agricultural, so and so, about food shortage, about and so on and so forth. And the end result of that is to get people to present together. One of the greatest things you can ever do for true deep processing and participation is make a small group of students present to the rest of the class, and they're all equally responsible for that presentation. And you get the kind of commitment that you need from all of them. If I had more time, I'd tell you about my favorite activity. But of course, it's the fact is that some students do the soaking up thing, but a lot of students don't seem to soak up very well. You know them as well, right? You can do the same thing hundreds of times and it doesn't seem to work. So how do you, for them, maybe we need to go further and harvest the language. Actually harvest it, actually put effort into planting the seeds and watering them, and then you get the metaphor. You understand what I'm saying. In other words, we need to make students entirely more conscious of the language they're studying, without, I repeat, there's nothing wrong with teaching 6 sentences in the present simple and making it good fun. It's perfectly okay. We've all done it. I've been doing it all my teaching life. But how about harvest? How about that story and harvesting the language from that story in such? Now, there's no way you can read this. I'll explain what's going on, but you'll see the idea. So I want my students to really concentrate on the language, but I don't want to make them fill in things. I don't want to make them repeat things, anything like that. So what I've done is I've taken sentences from the story and I've chopped them into bits. You've done this before there are lots of ways of doing this matching exercises, but this isn't a matching. And so in the top left-hand box, the A box, it's got, doesn't this man, and then the boy took his school bag, the boy was very clever, the horse jumped around so wildly, we don't know when the people. That's the beginning of each of the sentences. Then in the middle box, the B box, we've got, and soon he managed to, or heard this, they were confused. If said goodbye to his dad, that the boy sailed through the air, understand. And in the C box, you've got, and landed on the ground, full stop, and stepped out of the hut, full stop, and went back home, full stop. How lucky he is, question mark. It's a good thing, it is a good thing or a bad thing. Tie the rope round the horse's neck. So we've chopped up the sentences, and all they have to do, as I'm sure you've guessed, is you have to go A, B, C to reconstruct the sentences. So, doesn't this man understand, box B? How lucky he is, box C. Now, the only way you can do that is to really concentrate on the language, to really, really concentrate on the language. It's not presentation, it's not drilling, it's not any of that stuff, but it has an equally sharp focus, and it involves deep processing because you've experienced the story, you're involved in a cognitive, so you've got your kind of emotional gear is on board, you're involved in a cognitive challenge, and it works like that. Simple things are just to give students a whole lot of bits from the story to read, and all they have to do is put it in order, put them in the right sequence. Once again, you're forcing them to really, really look at the language. This is something that I'm passionate about. It's a very silly little idea. I'm sure you can read it from the back there. It's called suitcase language. Anyone come across suitcase language before? Well, this is a concept we play with both in a course that I've co-written called Jetstream and also in this story-based language teaching book. It comes, I think, there's a woman called Sheila Deller, and I don't quite know where. Anyway, but she had this idea that students end up with a whole lot of lists of words, but they never do anything with them. So how about forcing them to pay attention to these words and saying, look at this list of words, which of them are you going to put in the dustbin, which in the fridge, and which in the suitcase? And if you put them in the dustbin, it means don't want to learn it. If you put them in the fridge, you say, oh, I think I'll learn this, but I'll keep it for later. I'm not going to try now. And if you put it in the suitcase, I want it now. Well, I've simplified this down and said, suitcase language is, my dear students, look at this paragraph or 2 paragraphs or the whole story, and you tell me which 3 words or phrases you, I mean you, not the woman behind you or the guy over there, I mean you individually, not the group, but you individually or you individually. And you may make different choices. Which 3 words or phrases do you want to put in your suitcase and take home with you now? And you have to choose. And they become your words. And that's just like the deep processing examples I gave you before. They're your words, because in the end, in the classroom, I don't matter a damn, really, except as maybe a way of organizing the learning that's taking place. And hopefully doing it with some skill and and empathy. But the people who matter in the classroom, of course, this is a cliche, are the learners, because they've come here to learn English. Learning is the active verb, teaching is the kind of byproduct, if you like. And this is a little demonstration to the students of saying, look, you're in the driving seat, you decide. It's up to you, you decide. And so on and so forth. There was a university teacher in Japan who wrote a very good article, I can't remember at the moment, in which he got his university students to bring in phrases or something like that that they'd found online that really interested them, and they built up a class lexicon, a class dictionary. And the students never forgot that language. They forgot a whole lot of the stuff they'd come across elsewhere. But that was the stuff that mattered. Or you can do this kind of thing. Lots of sentences. So you've got once a time there was a man and his son, and there's the word upon, where'd you put upon, and so forth. Anyway, all of those are an example of trying to show ways of making the deep processing deep, which are slightly different from the traditional cycle of presentation, practice and production. But I want to come back to this, which I don't know if you can read that, but remember we've got management, activity, content, task, community, welfare and technical skill. Technical skill is the smallest of these. Yes, you need to know how to operate Zoom. Yes, you need how to operate an interactive whiteboard if you have one. Or a projector, or bring the right cables, Glenn, like I didn't this morning. But we sorted it in the end, thanks to you, Robert or something. And that's the technical stuff. But that's not the stuff. The stuff is working out how management works in a classroom, and then providing activities and content and tasks that are appropriate for the people who are with us, and then creating, them and us, a community of people to work together, to live together, to breathe together. They leave the classroom, the community is paused until they come back. But for that time, we need to be a community. It's not us and them, it's us. And it has to be us for all of them. One of the things you can do on Zoom is you can easily reach out to individual students, much easier than in a classroom. You can send them a direct message in the chat. You can send them WhatsApp messages, email messages, but not just that. If students are having trouble, you can ask other students to help them without disrupting the lesson on Zoom, because they can send them direct messages in the chat. You know, Linda, why don't you just will you explain to him how to deal with this muting and unmuting business at the beginning when we all first started Zoom? And she can do that direct messaging, and the class goes on. And that's all about community and support and everything else like that. We need to think really carefully, as I'm sure the owners and directors of studies do at International House, about the welfare of our teachers and making it work for them. And then there's the technical skill. Look, it's been a funny old day. It's been, for me, personally, quite a day, because this is the third session I've done in which, you know, living, breathing people are in front of me instead of being there on the screen. Forgive me if you're watching this online. I'm talking to the people in the room now. And I found that really, really invigorating for me. It's been quite a sort of emotional experience, really. And thank you for that, Glenn, because it's because of you that I've come out of the hermit existence, you know. Except it hasn't been hermit because we're so lucky that we've had the technology to help us not be hermits. But anyway, I've had an amazing day just being with people. It's such a wonderful feeling. My concern, what I've tried to share in this talk, the sound of my voice is beginning to bore some things off me. So if it's boring me, it must be boring you like hell. What I want to be sure about, and this is my last word, what I want to be sure about is that we don't simply go back to what we always did without trying to take on board some of the things we've learned as online teachers about activities and tasks and content and community and all that kind of thing. I want to be sure that for those of us, and I'm especially speaking now to people who with more than a year or two's experience, for those of us who've been at it for some time, I want to be sure that some of these really profound experiences we've had as teachers are brought into our way of thinking about what we do. Because some of what I was talking about today is the stuff that's been preoccupying me for years, but some of it isn't. Or rather it is, but it's been brought into sharper focus by what we've been going through. I hope for all of our sakes, because this COVID thing has not gone away, I hope for all of our sakes that we're not going back into lockdown, but I wouldn't bet on it. So if that is the case, I'm just very pleased I got to, do one live event. It's brilliant. It's absolutely wonderful. I want to thank you very much for listening to me. I want to apologize for I want to apologize for coughing all the time, and I want to apologize for being maybe technically inept. But I'm going to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Very, very interesting talk. Do we have any questions in the live audience here? Quickly, because we have gone over time. Is there any quick question you'd like to ask Jeremy? Beatrice is shaking her head. Anybody else? Is there any question you'd like to ask? No.
Yeah, it depends how much you want to go to the next stage.
Yes. Yes, I think we're all itching to.
Yes, so do I.
Go to Brando. So thank you very much, Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, but why not a big thank you to all the other presenters today, because they've all been doing their stuff. Give them a round of applause.
Okay, and that brings us to the end of our live stream. So wherever you are in the world, thank you very much for watching us. Have a great day. I hope you're going to take loads of ideas with you to wherever you are. So thank you very much, and goodbye to the live stream. Bye, everybody. Say bye.